no. I mean, where their fingers are.
Oh, okay.
You can't tell where their fingers are. Okay. Oh, now I see it. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
It's like stinky. It's pretty stinky.
Marshall? Is that Marshall here? Bill, can you please, Bill? Marshall, does it start? Marshall, come in. Oh, it's like. Marshall, does it start? Marshall, come in. Did you hear us full question or loudly enough for us? Marshall.
Minutes. Minutes.
An early morning here in St. Catharines for the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. 84 races to commence today. Lots of action so far this week. My name is Noah Vogel, and set to get underway for the first race scheduled for 8 a.m. is event number 59, the women's under 19 quad. A lot of these men and women have competed in multiple races already this week, and certainly could lead to some fatigue starting to show this morning. This will be heat number 1 of 7 to lead off the Friday event, the semifinals to qualify. Racers must finish in the top 3 to then reach the semifinals on Saturday. So takeoff has commenced. In lane number 2, Detroit Boat Club. Number 3, Cascadilla. Dawn Rowing in number 4. Number 5, Calgary Rowing Club. Thunder Crew in lane number 6. 7, Notre Dame Rowing Club. And BHRA in lane number 8. A key for a lot of these racers is to stay in the mix and just look for that top 3 position to move on to the semifinals Saturday at 10:30. And so far, each boat looking very calm and collected, just staying relaxed, neck and neck with each other so far. Each boat just trying to stay on pace with the next. A quarter way through the race. Four boats on the right, Calgary Rowing Club, Thunder Crew, Notre Dame, and BHRA just narrowly edging a lead. You can see just barely Calgary RC just taking their bow ahead of the next. Thunder Crew just behind them. Good recovery time from the 4 women in that boat for Calgary. Just so calm and relaxed as they're starting to gain a little bit more of a lead here. Remember, just the top 3 move on, so those second and third place positions just as key as the first. But for Calgary Rowing Club, it's looking like they're going to come away if they can continue this pace. This boat anchored by Kiara Brennan, as you see on the left of your screen, in that bow position. In the stroke seat for them is Ruth Buchanan. And looking very confident in this race. Each catch synchronized with one another. And just looking so relaxed in this first race of the day.
We'll be having basically heats and semis.
A large lead for Calgary Rowing Club. A great view there, as you can see the other boats trying to catch up to the leader. Still trying to fight for those second and third place spots. It's difficult to see, but Calgary's still in the lead.
Oh, there's one way out behind.
The three boats to the left of them, Thunder Crew, Notre Dame, and BHRA, are still in contention for qualification spots.
Must be lane 8 way out and then the back.
No stopping now from Calgary Rowing Club as they continue to glide their way forward.
They really have. At least 3 of them.
As they inch closer to the finish line here. It'll be lane number 5, Calgary Rowing Club, who will win this race by about a boat's length. An excellent performance from them this morning. Finishing second, just to the right of them, was Thunder Crew. And the third place, we'll have to get the results in after the finals decision. And it looks like possibly Notre Dame Rowing Club in that number 7 spot. But we'll get the confirmation for you shortly. But for sure, it'll be Calgary Rowing Club to finish first place, and they will book their spot into the semifinals Saturday morning. After an excellent first race for them, and they'll be very happy to come away. So some of the unofficial times there, Thunder Crew with a 7:24.27. So the first race has finished. And still waiting for the official times. And the confirmation of the top 3 spots. Still 6 more heats to go in this women's quad under 19.
This, ladies and gentlemen, the 3 crews that go to the finals.
So each heat to start off this morning will go about 6 minutes apart. So the second heat already underway. And you can see the leaders here of that heat on your screen right now. In this heat, it's Peterborough who are in the second lane, third lane Quad Cities. Gordon Rowing in the 4th lane, London Western in number 5, Argonaut in 6th, 7th is St. Catharines, and the final lane, number 8, is Riverside. Similar to that first heat, a big gap between first and second. As the leaders continue to glide their way through in that 7th lane, and first for the second heat, St. Catharines. Led by their bow position in Carson Frick in the back of their boat. And those ladies are gliding their way through another dominating heat. As the hometown St. Catharines looking to make sure they qualify for that semifinal on Saturday for the under 19 quad in the women's division.
Let's go, Gordon!
And as this second heat continues, heat number 3 has got underway. St. Catharines still leading here, as you can see them on the left of your screen. Not too far behind them in the number 8 lane, Riverside, in the blue uniforms. But St. Catharines just gliding their way to the finish line, and it looks to be like they will take first place in this second heat of the under 19 women's quad as they cross the finish line here at the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. Number 2 to finish is Riverside in lane number 8. So St. Catharines in their hometown will take first place in heat number 2 and book their spot into the semifinals. The second place team finishing not too far behind. Again, we'll await official times As the final boat comes in for heat number 2. Heat number 3 well underway.
First heat, Calgary was first. Landed Crew second. Nottingham was third. So they're leading the first three, they will be progressing to the seconds. Anthony B was fourth, now going fifth. B returning sixth.
So the official scores for heat number 1, Calgary Rowing Club finished first, 4 seconds ahead of Thunder Rowing Crew, who had a big gap between second and third, but third place will still qualify for the semifinals. It's Notre Dame Rowing Club, who finished with a 7:19.550, which was 13th and a tenth of a second behind the second place team, but it won't matter for them. They did enough to qualify for the semifinals, and their job is done for now until Saturday, but still jobs to be done here for heat number 3, as a little bit tighter between a lot of these boats, and a big push here on this near side. As a lead overtaken. It looks as though as Niagara Falls in lane number 2 have taken the lead in this third heat. 2 Niagara Falls boats in this race. In lane number 2 and lane number 3. Morristown Rowing in lane 4, Potomac in lane 5, CRI lane 6, Victoria City in lane 7, and Ottawa in lane number 8. So a good response in this third heat from Niagara Falls after a slower start, but now continuing to inch their lead. Number 4 set to get underway, but heat number 3 still continuing, trying to find that top 3 position and move on to the semifinals. Heat number 2 official scores have come in. St. Catharines Rowing Club so far with the fastest time this morning, 6:58.35. They finished first in the second heat, followed by Riverside and Argonaut in second and third. So those 3 moving on to the semifinals Saturday morning. Heat number 3 still moving on. Niagara Falls in the lead. Much tighter pack near that middle, as a bunch of boats trying to finish in that top 3, and you see just edging ahead is Niagara Falls, as they will finish in first in lane number 2, just in behind them. Looks as though Potomac or CRI in lane number 5 and 6, but the winners here, Niagara Falls in lane number 2. a slower start for them, but they were able to come out victorious after a big push through that middle part of the 2,000 meters of the women's under 19 quad. So a lot of the hometown teams dominating the start of this morning, and the final boat to cross the finish line was Niagara Falls in that third lane. An excellent push at the end from all these racers. However, only 3 can move on to tomorrow in the semifinals. We're getting word that the team on your screen just in front of you in lane number 3 was Niagara Falls, and looked to have had a malfunction with one of their oars and possibly some damage towards their race, and unfortunate for them. As some unofficial times here on your screen, Niagara Falls was able to finish in first. But an unfortunate break for the other Niagara Falls in this race, who was in lane number 3, and you can see some of the emotion from the women in that boat. We'll take a moment to take a look at some of our sponsors for this week and weekend. And of course, a big shout out to everyone at Niagara College who has been bringing you the broadcast all week long. And heat number 4 is continued on the way here, with again a strong lead,
2 minutes.
but not too far behind in second place on the far side of your screen.
Lead number 4 is coming down for the women's under 19 quad. Resident in lane 2. Port Rolling in lane 3. City Island in lane 4. Okay. C.
Still awaiting the official times for heat number 3. As we await those, we'll keep our eye on heat number 4. Who are nearing the end here after their 8:18 start time. It's in lane number 2, Resilient Rowing Club. Port Rowing in lane number 3, City Island lane number 4, OKC Riverport in lane number 5, Friends of Brooklyn in lane number 6, and Washington Rowing in lane number 7. Lane number 8 empty for this race. And you can see a big push here on the far left in the middle of your screen. In that far lane number 7, Washington Rowing, trying to hold on to a narrow lead here. Some good strides nearing in the final 100 meters of this race, but out of the blue comes OKC Riverport, who are gonna just edge out a narrow lead and will finish in first here of heat number 4, and followed closely in second by Washtenaw Rowing, who seemed to have a lead for most of that heat. But a final big push from OKC Riverport. As you see them on your screen now. An excellent effort in the final couple hundred meters of this race. And even though they were pretty much guaranteed to qualify, will feel nice heading into the semifinals tomorrow with a first place position in their heat this morning. Heat number 5 just a minute into their race. As we look back at heat number 3 and the final results for them, Niagara Falls Rowing Club, who is in lane number 2, will finish first with so far the best time this morning. And that oar malfunction for Niagara Falls in lane number 3 left them, unfortunately, in last place. Second, Potomac Boat Club and Victoria City Rowing Club to finish in third. And a look at heat number 4, we saw OKC Riverport just edge out that lead. Washtenaw Rowing just didn't have enough to get across the finish line before the streaking number 5 lane in OKC Riverport, anchored by Elizabeth Hargasm. But nonetheless, those teams will still move on to the semifinals, and that's really the big thing today, is trying to finish in that top 3. Of course, a number 1 spot would be excellent for any of these teams. But just doing enough to qualify is the main goal on day number 4. And taking a look here now at heat number 5. Another Potomac club in lane number 2, South Niagara in lane number 3. Washtenaw Rowing as well again in lane number 4. Leander in lane number 5, another St. Catharines team in lane number 6, and Cambridge in lane number 7, who you see on your screen now. Leading by about a boat's length and continuing to glide their way through. Followed not too far behind. In the lane next to them, St. Catharines pushing their way forward. Each catch more powerful than the next. And some good recovery here from St. Catharines as they try to pick up some speed to catch the leader. And you can see in that third position, just creeping up on the near side. In lane number 4, Washtenaw Rowing, looking to hold on to that third spot. lane number 7 in Cambridge still leading this race. Heat 6 to follow in about a minute's time. As we still await the top 3 for Heat 5 here this morning for the women's under 19 quad at the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta here in St. Catharines. If you're just joining now on the website, thank you for tuning in early this morning. I'm Noah Vogel, and this live stream brought to you by all the great students here at Niagara College who have been here all week, live streaming whole days of rowing action. An exciting start so far from all the teams who have been able to qualify in this first morning division of the under 19 quad for the women's. Heat number 6 is underway as Heat 5 pushing for that end. The top 3 positions still up for grabs, but it looks as though Cambridge is holding their lead.
Okay, everybody, if you come down, I want you to have that table in front of you. Okay, please have the table in front of you. I don't keep.
There they are on your screen now, inching towards the final stretch. So relaxed. As they will cross the finish line first and cement their spot into the semifinals. As Cambridge takes the number 1 position in heat number 5, followed by St. Catharines in number 2. And South Niagara looks as though to pick up that 3rd position, and Washtenaw Rowing finishing in 4th place. So St. Catharines able to find that 2nd place spot and book their way to the semifinals. A strong race from them, but were overrun by that Cambridge boat in lane number 7, who held the lead for most of that race. But for St. Catharines, the job has been done. They've booked their spot. As you see some of the unofficial scores, Cambridge coming out in 1st.
New Jersey in lane 5, Litchfield in lane 6, and Fairmont in lane 7.
So heat number 6 of 7 is underway. Trying to pick up 3 of those last final 6 qualification spots. In lane number 2 is Notre Dame Rowing Club. CRI in lane number 3, Quad Cities in lane number 4. Row New Jersey in lane number 5. Litchfield Hills in lane number 6, and Fairmount on the far side in lane number 7. Leading as it stands on that far side. as it looked to be Fairmount in the lead, but you can see on your screen now just a huge gap between first and second place. Fairmount on that far side in second position. But it looks as though in lane number 2 is Notre Dame Rowing Club with a huge lead in first place for heat number 6. This is event number 59 of the week. The women's under 19 quad. And a reminder, the top 3 from each of these 7 heats will qualify to tomorrow for the semifinals, which start a little bit later in the morning. 10:30 will be the first heat time for the semifinals. There will be 3 of those, 7 lanes for each of those semifinals, and then of course the top 2 from each of those will move on to the final.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have heat number 7 just coming down now. Great day.
So there you see on your screen Notre Dame Rowing Club in first, and by a good margin. And that's how it'll finish. It'll be Notre Dame with an excellent, relaxed, comfortable first place finish in heat number 6. And just behind them in second place, Fairmount in lane number 7 will finish second. And Litchfield Hills will motor across the finish line for the third and final qualification spot. As another dominating performance this morning, this time by Notre Dame Rowing Club. Fairmount in lane number 7 will finish in second place. As you see them just leave your screen there. And Litchfield Hills, that number 3 position in lane number 6 to qualify for the semifinals. The final heat of event number 59 in the women's under 19 quad has just got underway. But for now, we'll take a look at some unofficial times you see there on your screen. Still awaiting the official results from heat 6 as well as heat number 5, which commenced just before. And with what a great week it's been, and what a great weekend it will be. Of course, it can't be done without the many sponsors we have, including all the ones on your screen. Without them, a lot of this would not be possible. So to finish off the first event this morning for heat number 7.
I'm actually shocked at how well we did.
We can see in the lead looks to be Erie Canal AC. Two of them in the 1 and 2 position. Erie Canal in the 6th and 7th lane. Calgary Rowing Club in lane number 5, lane number 4, Ottawa Riverside, lane number 3, and Great Bay in lane number 2. So 1 and 2 for Erie Canal. And just to the left of them as Calgary Rowing Club looking to get another team qualified into the semifinals, just narrowly in that second and sort of third position, fighting with Erie Canal on the far side.
You're good.
So the top 3 from this race will round out the qualification spots for this event heading into the semifinals tomorrow morning. And the official scores have come in for heat number 5, Cambridge Boat Club. In that lane number 7 was able to come out in first place. St. Catharines in second, and Potomac Boat Club was that third place position. So those are the top 3 moving on to tomorrow. Final stretch here. You can still see the leaders just to the left of your screen. Erie Canal leading the way. And as this is going on, event number 63 of this week is the men's under 19 quad has got a win underway for their first heat. But nonetheless, it'll be Erie Canal in lane number 6, followed by Erie Canal in lane number 7. The 1-2 punch will finish first and second. Possibly bought out, and it's gonna be, what a push there at the end by Calgary Rowing Club. It looked as though Erie Canal had it in that second place position in lane number 7, but a final push left at the end. Calgary Rowing Club will finish second. Nonetheless, all 3 of those clubs will be moving on to the semifinals. And some official results from heat number 6 as heat number 7 commences. Notre Dame finishing first with the best time so far this morning, 6:53.660. Fairmount in second place, and Hitchfield Hills in third. And as you just saw, it was both Erie Canal boats in lane 6 and lane 7, as well as Calgary Rowing Club, who will be moving on to the semifinals. And we'll round out the qualification for those semifinal heats this morning for the women's quad under 19 race. Is now moving on to heat number 1 of 5 for the under 19 men's quad.
Now we're going to have the next event coming out will be the heat number 1 of the men's under 19 quad, with Calgary in lane 2, Erie Canal lane 3, Regatta lane 4, Riverside lane 5, Total in lane
So this is event number 63 of the week in the men's under 19 quad. So as you saw just on your screen before, the racers underway. Lane number 2, Calgary Rowing Club. Lane number 3, Erie Canal, Ridley College in lane number 4. Riverside in lane number 5, Potomac lane number 6. Ridgewood Crew lane number 7 in Ottawa on the far lane in lane number 8. As you can see, a tight race for 1 and 2 between Ridgewood Crew and Potomac. Both boats going stride for stride. Potomac just lengthening up slightly, taking a narrow lead in heat number 1.
2 minutes.
The leaders there on your screen. Potomac taking a narrow advantage. Ottawa also in the mix for those top 3 positions. All teams trying to stay in the mix here and finish in one of those top 3 positions. Again, the top 3 for this event will qualify for the semifinals, which will commence on Saturday morning. Just strong, relaxing strides, anchoring their boat forward, trying to hold onto a lead here. Not much separating the top 3 here in this heat. Heat number 2 about to get underway as well. But heat number 1 is about to come to a close. Each team narrowly looking for a top 3 position. Ottawa in first place on the far side, lane number 8. Pardon me, that was lane number 7. Ridgewood Crew comes out victorious. Potomac was not too far behind them. As you see on your screen there, the qualifying teams moving forward. It was Ridgewood Crew who had the lead for most of that race. Potomac, who gave them a bit of a scare near the end of that final 100-meter stretch. But the two will officially move forward, as well as Ridley College in lane number 4. We'll, of course, get you the official times and finishes for that race, as heat number 2 has just barely got underway. Some unofficial times for heat number 1 for the men's number under 19. And an exciting start to this event this morning. A close one coming down to the wire at the finish line for position 1 and 2. But nonetheless, both teams will qualify no matter the position. And now heat number 2 underway. Lane number 2 is Fairmount to the right of them, Foundry in lane number 3, Potomac in lane number 4, Gordon Rowing, the first time we've seen them today, in lane number 5, St. Catharines in lane number 6, Washtenaw Rowing in lane number 7, and Malin Weston in lane number 8. A broken up beginning to this second heat for the men's under 19 quad, as we see 3 teams fighting for those qualification spots, and
3 minutes.
the 4 other boats just behind them. Potomac looks to be in the lead here as they edge their way forward now up a boat's length on Washtenaw Rowing on the far side, who's battling for it with St. Catharines for second and third. Potomac gliding forward now as they cement their lead in heat number 2. Anchoring for them in that bow position, Jet Peterson in seat number 4. As him and his teammates putting on a strong performance in this second heat. Pierce Reesig in seat number 3. Oliver Kicker in seat number 2, and Judah Goodall in that stern position in the stroke seat. Potomac continuing to hold on to their lead. St. Catharines inching in towards them. Washtenaw also in the mix for this top 3 position as we inch closer to the final stretch here. Potomac entering your screen first, and they will finish first. Second and third still yet to be decided. It's a tight race. St. Catharines just edging slightly forward, and by about half a boat's length will beat Washtenaw Rowing. But all 3 will be moving on. And the winners putting on a very strong performance. Potomac in that lane number 4, finishing in first place. The hometown St. Catharines finishing just behind them in second out of the 6th lane. As the final boat crosses the finish line, Waylon Weston will complete heat number 2. And for official qualification for heat number 1, Ridgewood crew
If they don't move down,
finished in first, just narrowly beating out Potomac. Ridley College finishing in third. But here, pretty clear the top three, Potomac, St. Catharines, and Washtenaw Rowing will be moving on to the semifinals tomorrow morning. So another great day of rowing here at the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta, and of course would not be possible without the many sponsors we have this week and weekend. So a big shout out to all of our sponsors and the help they've provided and all the volunteers that make this event happen, including this event, event number 63 for the men's under 19 quad, and heat number 3 is well underway here. As you can see just on your screen, lane number 2, Port Rowing. Lane number 3 is Great Bay, CRI in lane number 4. Conshohocken in lane number 5, Washita Rowing lane number 6, Calgary lane number 7, and another CRI boat in lane number 8. You can see some rainfall starting to come down here in St. Catharines. Again, we see 3 boats just fighting for those top positions on that far side. You see CRI, Calgary, neck and neck so far. And just behind them, Conshohocken, who look to be making a push for that first position.
4 minutes.
A substantial lead now in lane number 5. Calgary and one of the CRI boats in lane number 8 still in contention. Some of the other racers starting to catch up as the other CRI boat in lane number 4 trying to fight for that final qualification spot in that second and third position for heat number 3 here.
3 minutes.
At the Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. Rainfall continuing to come down. CRI pushing their way forward. Anchored by their quad of Simone John, Jack Wade, Milo Bell, and Joshua Weisner. Just gliding forward with each stride, each blade perfectly synchronized. As these teams come to a finish, the final push here And it looks as though the leaders who led for most of this race will come out victorious. It'll be Conshohocken in that number 1 spot for heat number 3, followed by CRI and Calgary Rowing Club. So the winners on your screen here, Conshohocken. With again another strong performance here to win this 3rd heat as the final boats make their way across the finish line. So the other 2 qualification spots going to Calgary and CRI on your screen just now. A strong race again from those 2 teams. Heat number 4 has just got underway. But for now, we'll take a look at some unofficial times from that heat. Conshohocken, their first appearance this morning, and they come out victorious, followed by Calgary and CRI not too far behind them. So the top 3 spots will be qualified for the semifinal tomorrow. 2 more heats still left in this event. For the men's under 19 quad, following this event will be the men's under 17 Coxed 4 event, number 67, which will start at 9:12 with their first heat of 5. But still on with event number 63 for the men's under 19 quad, as heat number 4 is underway. And lane number 2 on your far left, Washington Rowing, Victoria City in lane number 3, Cascadilla lane number 4, Resilient Rowing Club in lane number 5, Henley in lane number 6, Don Rowing in lane number 7, and Erie Canal in lane number 8 on the far right of your screen. Still 6 qualification spots up for grabs. And 3 will be won here in heat number 4. Before the final heat commences at 9:06 to round out this event for the men's under 19 quad. For most of these racers, not their first event of this week. Some vary from 3 to 4 other races they've competed in so far. But they'll continue to push through here of day number 4 of 6 total competition days. Sunday being the final to round out the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta here in St. Catharines. Rain continuing to come down, and we'll see leading the pack here in lane number 8, Erie Canal, looking to take another top spot in a race this morning. So 1 and 2 Leave very little between them. Third and fourth still fighting for that final qualification spot. As you see the second place team on your screen, still looking very, very strong. Neck and neck with Erie Canal on the far side. Washington Rowing also in the mix for that top 3 qualification spot. Top spot still up for grabs here as the final heat number 5 has got underway. Heat number 4 still looking to see who will finish and move on to the semifinals tomorrow. The leaders on your screen right now, Erie Canal will finish in first place narrowly after an excellent push near the end. From Victoria City, who will finish second. And Washtenaw Rowing look to finish just ahead of Dawn Rowing for that third position. We'll get the official scores in moments' time. But another strong performance from Erie Canal and another qualification spot for their club. Victoria City with an excellent push at the end to try and take that number 1 position, but nonetheless will qualify. So heat number 5 will round out this event for the men's under 19 quad, which will be followed by the men's under 17 Coxed 4. Their first heat will start around 9:12. But for now, we'll take a look at some unofficial times. Erie Canal, by no more than 0.4 of a second, was able to beat out Victoria City. Washington Rowing able to edge out that third place for another qualification spot into the men's under 19 quad semi-final. Still 3 more spots up for grab. Heat number 5 underway. On the far right of your screen, starting in lane number 2, Great Bay, St. Catharines. In lane 3, Detroit Boat Club. In lane number 4, Ridley College. In lane number 5, Quad Cities. In 6th, St. Catharines in lane number 7. And Washtenaw Rowing again in lane number 8. We've seen so far a lot of the St. Catharines clubs have done very well this morning. And both in this heat number 5 for this event will look to find those qualifying spots. Currently, St. Catharines in lane number 3 falling a bit behind the pace. On your screen now, the leaders look to be in lane number 7, which is the second St. Catharines boat in this race. Look to continue to push their lead, a substantial one at that from second place. A big gap between number 1 and 2 position in this heat number 5 Quad Cities, in that lane number 6 behind the leaders. Detroit Boat Club looking to gain some ground there in lane number 4. See here now the final results of heat number 4. Erie Canal came out victorious. Victoria City just behind them, and Washtenaw Rowing with a 3rd place finish will qualify them into the semifinals. Still heat number 5 to finalize the semifinals. And currently just underway will be the start of event number 67 for the men's under 19 Coxed 4. But for now, we'll finalize the final qualifying positions. Just entering your screen now, the leaders. Will cross the finish line in lane number 2, St. Catharines, lane number 7. And just behind them, Quad Cities in lane number 6. And here on the near side, St. Catharines again in that lane number 3. Here are the leaders. As well as the 2nd place finishers. So it was actually lane 6 in Quad Cities who came out with that 1st place. It was Ridley College in that 2nd position, and then St. Catharines who look to have come in with that third place qualifying spot. So Quad Cities with an excellent race. Able to finish out this event on top and book their spot for the semifinal tomorrow. So after the finish of that event, we will now move over to the men's under 17 Cox 4. So the only difference in this event is each team have their Cox listed. Still only 4 contestants in the boat, as we see again another substantial lead. It looks to be Hawk Rowing Club in first. They sit in lane number 4. Pardon me, that's CRI in lane number 3. Beside them, Row New Jersey in lane 2, Hawk Rowing Club in lane number 4, Greenwich Crew in lane number 5, Saratoga lane number 6, Row Buffalo, first time we've seen them today, in lane number 7, and PNRA Mercer in lane number 8 on the far side of your screen. From a distance look, it looks as though New Jersey sitting just behind CRI in first place.
PNRA Mercer. Great day. Saratoga.
The men's under 19 quad. They are competing for the William D. Burgoyne Memorial Trophy. Top 3 are moving along, coming in first place in this heat with a time of 6:17.61.
So the final results for heat number 5 of the men's under quad, which just finished up before the start of this event. It was Quad Cities who came first, Ridley College in number 2 position, and Great Bay Rowing, who will finish third. So St. Catharines just getting bumped out of that qualification spot. CRI continuing to hold their lead here in the first heat of 5 for the men's under 17. The final push here. CRI still in the lead and will finish this race with a large gap between them and second place. You see on the far side of PNRA, who have to push here or could be closed down by another boat. Here we see on the near side a final push, and it'll be very, very tight for second and third place. But it wasn't for the winners as CRI come out on top for heat number 1 for the under 17 Cox 4. heat number 1. And Rowe, New Jersey, who we saw make a push near at the end, were able to book their spot for sure in second or third place. It'll be very close to see the final times. And they will be joined by PNRA Mercer. And a look at some of the unofficial times. Very, very tight between second and third place. 0.12 of a second behind was PNRA Mercer, who were holding that second place spot for the final 100 meters of this race before Rowe, New Jersey took it just before the finish line. So we'll move over to heat number 2 of 5 for this event. In lane number 2, PNRA Mercer, Great Bay in lane number 3, Saratoga lane number 4. We see St. Catharines in lane 5, Hawk Rowing Club in lane number 6, another St. Catharines boat in lane number 7, and Erie Canal on the far left of your screen in lane number 8. Pulling forward right now in this race, St. Catharines on the back of Sam Cooper, who sits in the 4th bow position for this boat, who continues to push forward and look to hold their lead in this race. A close affair between second, third, and fourth here, as Erie Canal on the far side just a length up. On Great Bay, who continue to push forward, as well as PNRA Mercer. Hawk Rowing Club also in the mix for a top 3 position.
The results are just in for the first heat of 5 for the men's under 17 Coxed. They're competing for the third grade trophy. This is event number 16. This heat was 9-12, race number 281. Coming in first place in this heat with a time of 6:33.93 was CRI in lane 3. Coming in second with
The Cox listed for the leading St. Catharines boat.
great job by Rowe.
Kaylin Cobden. Max Hardy sitting in the number 2 position. Dominic Klitsch in that stroke position in the first seat. And Domenico Patucci to round out in seat number 3 for the leaders in heat number 2. For the men's under 17, Cox 4. Another strong race from another St. Catharines boat, who had a substantial lead for the most part of this race. Second and third still up for grabs. St. Catharines to first enter your screen. Followed closely Erie Canal in lane number 8. Currently fighting for that third spot and finishing in it as Erie Canal was beat out by Mercer just at the finish line to finish second and qualify for the semifinals. St. Catharines nonetheless finishing number 1. So some unofficial times. For heat number 2. And we talked about the big difference between this and the past event is each of these teams having their cocks near the front of their boat, willing them along. So Hawk Rowing Club, PNRA Mercer, and St. Catharines unofficially will be moving on. Underway heat number 3. Of 5 for this men's under 17 event. Only 7 boats in this race. Westside Rowing in lane number 2. TBC Racing lane number 3. Greenwich Crew in lane number 4. Notre Dame Rowing Club in lane number 5. Row Buffalo in lane number 6. And CRI on the far left of your screen in lane number 7. A strong pace from each of these boats so far. A relaxed start of this race. No team really pulling away so far. Still awaiting the final results for heat number 2 of this event. Westside Rowing in lane 2 just sitting a little bit off pace. You can see on your screen, Row Buffalo just edging a boat's length on CRI, who sit in lane 6 and lane 7. See Row Buffalo now. Beside them, Notre Dame and their Coxed of Colton Reed.
Notre Dame, can you tell me your way?
You see Greenwich Crew now starting to pull away here. Avery Israel, the Cox of this crew. Luke Weiskner, Henry Rockel, Hunter Zeppelin, and Henry Lovejoy, the 4 in that boat. Currently in the lead here for heat number 3 of the men's under 17 Cox 4.
Argonaut. Notre Dame. TBC Racing. Fort Wayne. Attention.
Notre Dame, TBC Racing, Buffalo, and CRI still fighting for those last two positions, but slowly running away with this race is Greenwich Crew. So final results from heat number 2, it was my mistake. Hawk Rowing was the team who finished first place. Second was Mercer, and St. Catharines coming in third place for Hawk Rowing. Their Cox of Brendan Hicks. The bow seat, Aiden Walker, Sahir Mali, John Michael De Laurentiis, and Quinn Bransfield. The 4 plus the Cox making that boat who finished first in that heat number 2. But continuing with heat 3, coming down to the wire here, trying to find those final spots, but it will be Greenwich Crew who will come out in first place. Row Buffalo just behind them. TBC Racing making a final push for third. And on your screen now, the winners, Greenwich Crew. A strong performance from them once they got going. Off the passive start, they really were able to pull away. Row Buffalo in the white uniforms, finishing in second. And then just behind them, in lane number 3, was TBC Racing. CRI just falling off pace in that race and will finish just behind TBC in 4th place. The unofficial times for heat number 3 here. 2 more still to go for the men's under 17, meaning 6 more qualification spots still up for grabs in what has been an exciting Royal Canadian Henley Regatta here in St. Catharines, number 140 of this annual event, and would not be possible with the many sponsors we have this week and weekend. From everyone here on the broadcast crew, and I'm sure everyone watching and competing, we thank all the sponsors who have made all of this happen. If you're just joining us here, this is the 3rd event of this morning and what has been an exciting morning of rowing, and will continue throughout the day. 84 races throughout this Friday, and many more to come Saturday and Sunday. But still to decide who will be in those races. And that is what we will be seeing now. As for heat number 3, pardon me, heat 4 for the men's under 17 Cox 4 is underway. Lane number 2, Argonaut. Lane 3, Notre Dame. TBC Racing in lane number 4. Port Rowing, lane number 5. Detroit Boat Club in lane number 6, and Saratoga on the far side in lane number 7. So the semifinals are qualified through the top 3 positions in each of these heats. And the semifinal will be held at Saturday, starting at 11 a.m. There'll be 3 heats. Pardon me, 2 heats for those semifinals. It'll be a heat of 7 and a heat of 8 for the 15 qualified boats from these races today. If you're watching from the Henley Regatta website, thank you for joining us this morning. My name is Noah Vogel. I'll be here all day tomorrow and Sunday for the final day of this amazing weekend. Heat number 4. For the men's under 17 Coxed. The leaders currently on your screen, able to pull away now from second. As we come to the final 100 meters here, the finish line, Notre Dame looking to take out the win. And they will. Just behind them is Argonaut, and on the far side finishing for that 3rd place was Port Rowing. So unofficially the top 3, Notre Dame, Argonaut, and Port Rowing. Notre Dame just able to get off to a hot start and held onto their lead for the rest of the race. And now underway the final heats. Of this qualifying event for the men's under 17. Just bypassing the 500 meter mark now. You see on your screen on the far left, starting in lane number 2, Row Buffalo, Friends of Brooklyn in lane number 3, Litchfield Hills in lane number 4, St. Catharines lane number 5, OKC Riverport in lane number 6, and Port Rowing in lane number 7. Following this will be the start of the men's under 19 Eight. A very exciting event this weekend.
Coming down in 1st place in this heat with a time of 6:44.72.
But for now, we'll finish off heat number 5, the final 3 qualifying spots for the men's under 17 Coxed 4. Pulling away in the lead right now, OKC Riverport in lane number 6. Their boat led by Cox, Mary Harding. In the back, 4th seat, Eli Pendley. Spencer Mossman in seat number 3. Caden Burnham in seat number 2. And the stroke seat, Castle extending their lead now, anchored by Benjamin Castle, and that stroke seat is OKC Riverport. Port Rowing and St. Catharines in the battle for that second and third position. Row Buffalo also making a stride forward. A pretty comfortable distance between first and second for the leaders right now in OKC Riverport. Heat number 1 of the men's under 19 8 scheduled for 9:42. Continuing to stride forward, OKC Riverport looking well poised, holding this lead for the final stretch. They were able to get off the back of Port Rowing and St. Catharines and haven't looked to lose their lead since. Heading to the final 100 meters to cross the finish line here. In first place, OKC Riverport with a comfortable first place finish in this final heat. And will qualify for the semifinals. Just behind them, St. Catharines, Port Rowing in a battle with Row Buffalo, who responded well and will finish in that third position, the final qualifying spot. But the winners and the clear-cut leaders of this race, OKC Riverport, with an excellent race. In second, St. Catharines, led by Cage McGuire, Mackenzie Puller, Daniel Hunt, Nathaniel Osikisi. A strong race from them. Still unofficial, the third place finish. Port Rowing and Row Buffalo, the two teams who were in battle for it, and the unofficial times say Row Buffalo was able to beat them out in lane number 2 and take that final qualifying spot for the men's under 17 Coxed 4. So moving on now from event 67, we'll move on to event number 73 for the men's under 19 8. A very exciting event for this weekend. 4 heats slated. Top 3 finishers will qualify. In lane number 2 on the far side, Cambridge. Beside them, Erie Canal in lane number 3, Hawk Rowing Club in lane number 4, Cambridge again in lane number 5, Row, New Jersey, lane number 6, Ridley College, lane number 7, and Washtenaw Rowing in lane number 8. 28 racers competing. Have entered into this event. The first 7 are underway in heat number 1.
The results are just in for heat number 5-5 for the event number 67, the men's under 17 Coxed 4.
This 2,000 meters or 2 kilometers will seem a lot less now.
This is the 9:36 race
In the eights.
85. In this heat and moving on to the top 3 with a time of 6:48.60.
Hawk Rowing Club
First place is
currently in the lead. You see them on your screen. Beside them
also moving along in second
is Cambridge as well as Rowe, New Jersey.
and in third,
Ridley College in the mix. Rowe, New Jersey just falling off pace in this race. But Hawk Rowing keeping their lead, looking relaxed just off the back of Ridley College, who sit in second place. In lane number 2, Cambridge also fighting for that qualification spot. Beside them, Erie Canal inching closer.
4 heats with the top 3 moving along to the semifinals. Heat 1 coming down now. This is a 9:42 a.m. race, number 286. Coming down now in lane 2 is Cambridge with Coxed, Jennings. Lane 3, Erie Canal. Lane 4,
Much more difficult to
Lane 5,
find that extra gear
with Coxed, Charette. Lane 6 with
in the men's 8.
Lane 6, Rowe, New Jersey.
A lot of these boats, when they're able to get their lead, often able to hold on to it. One and 2 currently battling for it right now in Hawk Rowing Club in Cambridge. Stride for stride with Hawk Rowing narrowly taking the lead. Cambridge looking for a response and a final push here for the last stretch of this 2,000 meters for the first heat of the men's under 19 8. Gliding forward, Hawk Rowing Club are looking to be the leaders and will finish in lane number 4 in first place, and a final push for the second and third position as Erie Canal and Cambridge finishing very tight in those last 2 positions. It'll be a close call to see which boat will finish ahead of one or the other, but we knew who finished in first. It was Hawk Rowing Club in lane number 4 to win the first heat of the men's under 19 8. You see the Cambridge boat finishing just behind the leader. So the unofficial results, it was Cambridge who just snuck in front of Erie Canal near the end, and Hawk Rowing Club finishing in first place. We'll take the first 3 qualification spots heading into tomorrow's semifinal for the men's under 19-8. Heat number 2 already underway. So in heat number 2, lane number 8 on the far side, Washtenaw rowing, Great Bay in lane number 7, Mercer in lane number 6, Row Buffalo lane number 5, TBC Racing lane number 4, and 3 and 2 Hawk Rowing Club in Pittsford Crew, respectively. So Hawk Rowing Club looking to go 2 for 2 in the men's under 19-8. The Coxed for Hawk Rowing Club, David O'Connor. Already competed in a race earlier this morning for heat number 1 of the men's under 17 Coxed 4. He's back in the role for the men's under 19-8 Hawk Rowing Club in lane number 3. Pulling ahead as it stands, you see on your far side of your screen is Mercer. Stretching forward now is Pittsford Crew. Coxed by Sophia Mamone. But still in the lead is Mercer. In that lane number 6, Ray Casey the Cox, Henry Alston in seat number 8, Charles Huckle in seat number 6, Braden Hendrickson, Estel Justice, Cody Jang, Grant Shore, Nicholas Francesca, and Nathan Liu to round out the leaders as it stands. Heat number 3 set to commence in about a minute's time.
JD right now, still on the road. JD check it.
Top 2 teams in this heat looking for a final push here to finish off this race. Mercer still in the lead. TBC Racing in the blue uniforms making a push. But Mercer in lane number 6. Will look to finish in that first place spot, followed closely TBC Racing. Heat number 3 is off, But here are the winners of heat number 2. It's PNRA Mercer. Who come out victorious. Second and third place TBC Racing, as well as Pittsford Crew. The unofficial times here for the men's under 19 8 event, heat number 2. Mercer just able to get off to an excellent start in that race. And had no signs of slowing down. And again, we'll take some time to say a quick thank you to our sponsors for all they do for us here at the broadcast booth and everything down there to make this event run smoothly. Without them, this would not be possible. So we thank all of the sponsors you see on your screen now and what they've done to make the Royal Canadian Henley Regatta what it is and what it'll continue to be in the future. But for heat number 3 now for the men's under 19-8, we're underway. On the near side of your screen in lane number 2, Greenwich Crew, Fairmount in lane number 3 beside them. Washtenaw Rowing in lane number 4, Row Buffalo in lane number 5, CRI in lane number 6, Mercer in lane number 7, and TBC Racing in lane number 8. Rain continuing to fall here in St. Catharines. Just sprinkling over top of the contestants in this men's under 19 8 event. Heat number 3 of 4, still one to follow, scheduled for 10 a.m. TBC Racing in lane number 8 in the lead so far for heat number 3. Juliet Howe, the Coxed for this crew. And they've got a substantial lead here. And you can just tell about the smoothness of each catch and each recovery for TBC Racing as they look to take another qualification spot for the men's 8 under 19. Fairmount and Greenwich Crew hanging tight in second and third position. CRI also in a position, as well as Mercer, to pick off one of those final qualification spots. The final heat set to take off in moments. TBC Racing still holding the lead in heat number 3.
Buffalo, PNRA Mercer. Attention.
Heat number 4 is off officially. But for now, we'll keep our eye on TBC Racing. who continue in first place for heat number 3. The backbone sitting in that number 8 seat, Christian Schlosser. The front, Lucas Georgalis and TBC Racing will dominate heat number 3 and finish in first place. A race for second and third. It's going to be very tight. Greenwich Crew and Fairmount, second and third place. Followed by Mercer. Washtenaw Rowing, Row Buffalo, and CRI all coming in to round out heat number 3. And there are the winners. TBC Racing. An excellent, calm, cool, relaxed race for them. Second place was Greenwich Crew, just edging out Fairmount for that number 2 spot. But nonetheless, both teams will qualify. And a very tight finish between second and third. But it will be TBC Racing, Greenwich Crew, and Fairmount to move on to the semifinals tomorrow morning. Still 3 qualification spots up for grabs in heat number 4, which is underway. Following this event, we'll move away from the team boats and we'll go to the women's under 17 single. 9 heats. First one set to schedule for 10:06. For now, we'll keep our eye on the men's under 19 8 final heat number 4, with the top 3 qualifying for the semifinal tomorrow morning. If you're just joining, I'm Noel Vogel, and we're only getting started here for what will be an excellent, exciting day of rowing here at the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta in St. Catharines. For heat number 4 in lane 2, Greenwich Crew. Besides CRI in lane number 3. Conshohocken in lane number 4, St. Catharines in lane number 5 and 6, Row Buffalo in lane 7, who currently hold the lead, and lane number 8 on the far side is PNRA Mercer. Row Buffalo holding a substantial lead so far in heat number 4. Noah Rajecki, the Coxed for the Row Buffalo boat. Max Burgett in bow position. Liam Feeney in the stroke seat. Lane 7, Row Buffalo, still in the lead here for heat number 4. We're moments away from the first heat of the women's under 17 single, and they are off for the start of that event. Row Buffalo keeping their pace strong and not looking to give up any time soon. As we reach the final stretch, Row Buffalo entering the right side of your screen and will cross the finish line in first place here for heat number 4. A race for the final 2 spots. Finishing in second place, Greenwich Crew. And just behind them, Conshohocken in third place. The final 4 boats crossing the finish line, with St. Catharines and CRI finishing in the 4th and 5th positions. But the winners, Row Buffalo second place, Greenwich Crew in lane number 2. Avery Israel, the Coxed for that Greenwich Crew boat. Row Buffalo, like we said, finishing in first, and Conshohocken in third place. We'll round out the final 3 qualification spots here at the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. The unofficial times on your screen for the men's under 19 8, battling for the St. Catharines Rowing Alumni Trophy. But now we'll move over in just a moment to the start of the women's under 17 single. A different format for this event. Top 2 qualify for the semifinal, which will also take place Saturday morning at 11:30, the first heat for semifinals. 9 heats commencing today. 3 semifinals tomorrow to decide the final race for the winner of the women's under 17 single event. In lane number 2, Madeline Glover representing OKC Riverport. Ava Petrucciello representing Cambridge in lane number 3. Orla Bailey representing Calgary Rowing Club in lane number 4. Annabelle Getchell in lane number 5 for Great Bay. Natalie Frank for Thunder Crew in lane number 6. Emily Yang for BHRA in lane number 7. And Kieran Rogers for E-City Crew in lane number 8.
Better just put your hand underneath the bag. Don't hold the handle.
The first time this morning we've seen a singles event. Certainly a different type of rowing, not having teammates along with you. And we see in first place, representing Calgary in lane number 4, Orla Bailey. Looking very strong through her first 500-meter strides. A pretty compact start, but now you see Each boat breaking apart from one another. Again, only the top two to finish in each heat will move on to the semifinals. And Orla Bailey at the halfway point with a substantial lead in heat number 1. Heat number 2 set to take off at 10:12. Orla Bailey looking strong, heading into the final quarter of this race. Continuing her dominance in heat number 1 here. BHRA, Emily Yang representing them, and E-City Crew and Kieran Rogers. Trying to break for that final qualification spot as Orla Bailey getting some chance from the crowd as her substantial lead will look to take a first place finish in this heat number 1. Emily Yang starting to pull away from her competition here, trying to find that second qualification spot. As we reach the final stretch here for the women's under 17 single. Orla Bailey will finish first for the first of 9 of these heats, cementing her spot into the semifinals. A tight race for second. And it looks to be Thunder Crew and Natalie Frank just beating out Emily Yang in lane number 7. And what was a tight race between the rest was not tight for Orla Bailey, who crushed the competition in heat number 1 for the women's under 17 single. And cements herself as a top performer heading into the semifinals. And heartbreak for Emily Yang, who was very, very close to that second position. We'll look at the unofficial times. It was Thunder Crew and Calgary Rowing Club, who were represented by Orla Bailey, finishing first, Natalie Frank in second, and Emily Yang just beaten out near the finish line, representing BHRA, will fall just short of qualification for tomorrow's semi-final. The second heat is underway. As we take you to that now, 8 contestants in this heat. On the far left of your screen, starting in lane number 8, is Notre Dame Rowing Club. And Amelia Priestley. Sophia Sampanthar representing Saratoga in lane number 7. Alexis Grant representing Leander in lane number 6. Graciela Pritam representing Conshohocken in lane number 5. Morgan Etna and Gordon rowing in lane number 4. Ella Purvis and Argonaut in lane number 3. And Friends of Brooklyn, represented by Zoe Zucker, in lane number 2. Breaking away early. In lane number 7 on the far left of your screen, Sophia Sampanthar, representing Saratoga. Just passing the 1,000-meter mark, halfway through heat number 2 of the women's under 17 single. Another distance lead for the first place position in Sophia Sampanthar, who you see on your screen now, controlling lane number 7. Just behind her for Notre Dame in lane 8, Amelia Priestley, who looks to be sitting in that second place position. Lane 5 and 4. Still in the mix here, staying on pace with Priestley in second. Zoe Zucker in the bottom of your screen also making a push to try and get that final qualification spot. Reminder for the singles, it's only the top 2 to move on to the semifinals tomorrow morning. Rain continues to sprinkle down here on each contestant. Heat number 3 is now underway. Heat 2 still set to finish here for the final stretch. Sophie Sampanthar for Saratoga, holding on to that lead in lane number 7. Second place still up for grabs here. Sampanthar, the leader, on your screen. Priestley just behind her in lane number 8. The final stretch here for heat number 2 of the women's under 17 single. Sampanthar looking strong as she inches closer to the finish line. relaxed as she enters the final stretch here to take first place for Saratoga and qualify for the semifinals. Second place still up for grabs. Priestley currently holding that spot, but a final push from Preetam could possibly take that position away from her. The final push from lane number 5. Raicelia Preetam, I believe it was just able to do enough. But we know the winner. It was Sophie Sampanthar. Was just able to get off the back of each other racer and looked relaxed throughout. So it was actually Gordon Rowing and Morgan Etna who was able to beat out Amelia Priestley and take that number 2 position in lane number 4. So it'll be Etna and Sampanthar to move on to the semifinals tomorrow. And unfortunately for Preetam, she fell short in 5th position. Zoe Zucker in 4th, and rounding out Ella Purvis as well as Alexis Grant in the 6th and 7th position. But that's 2 heats down. Still 7 to go. Here's heat number 3. Lane number 2 for this women's under 17 single heat 3. Calgary RC. Heidi Whalen, Hannah Stockton for Erie Canal in lane number 3. Noor Jatana for Westside Rowing in lane number 4. Trine Mammon for Calgary in lane number 5. Gianna DiMartino for Erie Canal, lane number 6. Sophia Leposki for Dawn Rowing in lane number 7. And Ella McFadden for E-City Crew to round out lane number 8. Heat 4 set to take off in a minute's time.
For me at least.
So heat 3 past the halfway mark. Heat 4 now has taken off. A tighter race in this 3rd heat. No real contestant able to break away with a lead here. Again, just the top 2 moving on to the semifinals for the singles.
Race number 292. This is the women's under 17 single, and coming down in lane 2 is Calgary. Lane 3, Erie Canal. Lane 4, Westside Rowing. Lane 5, Calgary. Lane 6, Erie Canal. Lane 7, Dawn, and in lane 8, E-City Crew.
E-City Crew in contention with Ella McFadden, Heidi Wallen as well near the front. Wallen getting some motivation from the crowd as she's representing Calgary in lane number 2. You see on your screen now. Her catch a little uneven, trying to string that back together. We're seeing a push on the far side from East City Cruise. Ella McFadden in lane number 8. Her and Wallen, the two fighting for the top 2 spots. Ella McFadden, Heidi Wallen will finish 1 and 2. Wallen taking out the number 1 position. McFadden not too far behind. So for Calgary Rowing Club, it'll be Heidi Wallen to take out the number 1 spot and qualify for the semifinals. All smiles for her this morning, and she'll get a chance to continue in this event for the women's under-17 single tomorrow morning, as she'll look to also qualify for the final in this event. Ella McFadden in lane number 8 will also qualify for E-City Crew, as both with an excellent, almost perfected race, with 2 very good scores here. In heat number 3. So heat number 4 is well underway. A total of 63 participants in this women's under-17 single event. So moving over now to heat number 4. And so far we've seen the best time coming from Orla Bailey for Calgary RC with a time of 8:05, the one to beat, possibly for bragging rights heading into the semifinals. To get a good look at some of the top contestants and athletes to look at heading into tomorrow, but still lots of qualification spots up for grabs, as we see in heat number 4. In lane 4, leading currently McKenna Kubica for Peterborough. Sitting in lane 2 for St. Catharines, Kennedy Bartel. Lane number 3, resilient RC Olivia Oliver in lane 3. Hope Suji for Ridley College in lane 5. Elizabeth White for Gordon Rowing in lane number 6. Virginia Gates for Niagara Falls in lane number 7. And Zoe Papavazillo for Island Lake in lane number 8. So heat 4 of 9. Still 5 to follow this one. And heat number 5 is underway now, as we hit past the halfway mark for heat number 4.
Heading down in the final stretch is the 4th heat of 9 in the
Orla Bailey, we saw in heat number 1, with the highest score so far in the under 19 single for the women's event. The time to beat right now, if we're looking forward to possible semis and finals times. Still in the lead here for Peterborough in lane number 4 is Kubica. And she's all alone near the front of the pack in heat number 4. Lane 7 making a push for this first place spot. Virginia Gates for Niagara Falls, and she's going to be the one to come out victorious as Kubica falls just behind, but both will qualify for the semifinals, and that's the most important thing. But it will be Virginia Gates for Niagara Falls to finish first. And Kubica in lane number 4 for Peterborough to come second. Bartel making her way in lane number 2. As we continue to round out this heat number 4 here. Oliver for Resilient RC. Suji now crossing for Ridley College. But the two qualifying for tomorrow's semifinal will be Gates for Niagara Falls with an unofficial best time so far this morning, 7:57.59. Beating Bailey by more than 7 seconds. And an excellent score as well from Kubica for Peterborough in lane number 4 to get that second qualification spot in heat number 4. So 2 athletes definitely to look out for in the future. Heat number 5 is underway, with heat 6 taking place in about 2 minutes' time. But for now, heat 5 starting on the far side, and lane number 8 for Ridley College is Naomi Cousins. Washtenaw rowing in lane 7, Hannah Wen. Ava Vanderboon for Forest Hills East in lane number 6. Madeline Turner for Ottawa in lane number 5. Jasmine Helfenstein for North Star in lane number 4. Marlia Proden for CRI in lane number 3. And Layla DeMonco for Victoria City in lane number 2. Currently in the lead for Ridley College in lane number 8 is Naomi Cousins. Had a strong start, but has now been overtaken past the halfway point.
First two moving along to the semifinals. This is a 10:38 and race number 294. Coming down now in lane 2 is Victoria.
So Cousins losing out on the lead, still hanging in that second position. But a bit more of a chance to be overtaken if she eases off the pace here in the final stretch. Heading to the finish line for heat number 4. Pardon me, heat 5. Here for the under 17 women's single event. So leading now in the yellow boat in lane number 3. Is Maria Proden for CRI. And is looking very, very strong as she heads into the final stretch here. She was in second place for a while through that mid part. Cousins falling off pace, and now it's Proden who has taken full advantage of that first place position and will take the number 1 spot in heat number 5. And you can see the relief on her face. An excellent performance and race from her to take that number 1 spot in heat number 5 and move on to the semifinals. And following in second place, Naomi Cousins for Ridley College. Relieved to finish in that top 2 and qualify for tomorrow. A very strong race from Naomi Cousins of Ridley College. But was outdone by Proden of CRI, who fell off pace and was almost a boat length behind through the mid part of that race, but an incredible 750.8 score and time for CRI and Maria Proden. So there are your top 2 finishers. It'll be CRI and Ridley College. Moving on, heat number 6 is underway. Heat number 7 to come in a couple minutes. Out of these 9 to find the top qualifying spots for the 3 semifinal heats tomorrow for the women's under 17 single event. Looking over now is heat number 6. In lane number 2, Saratoga, Olivia, Lil, Abigail Jackson for Friends of Brooklyn in lane number 3. Esme LeBlanc for North Star in lane number 4. Millie McVie for Riverside in lane number 5. Margaret Wolcott for Westside Rowing in lane number 6. Egypt Strickland for Conshohocken in lane number 7. And Willow Schuld for Litchfield Hills in lane number 8. A bunched midsection of this race, trying to break away in that second position. First place holding on from the start of the race here in heat number 6.
I'll win next year.
It looks to be LeBlanc in lane number 4 for North Star, who's fighting for that top qualifying spot, as well as Millie McVie and Margaret Wolcott. Strickland also in the mix there. The official scores getting in for heat number 5, which we just saw. The CRI and Ridley College moving forward. So part of me, a mistake, as this was heat number 6, so in lane number 2 is actually City Island and Lena Gotham, and lane number 3 Washington now Rowing and Harper Cash, Tasman Taylor for Ottawa in lane number 4, Emma Mayer for E-City Crew in lane number 5. Hannah Trauborst for Erie Canal in lane number 6. Danielle Rosenberg for Port Rowing in lane number 7. And Audrey Worth for Pittsford Crew in lane number 8. So my apologies. As we can see now on your screen, the leader, who will take out the victory, for E-City Crew, Emma Mayer in lane number 5. Tasman Taylor behind her in lane number 4 for Ottawa. So Emma Mayer moving on in the first position for heat number 6 in E-City Crew. And she will compete in the semifinals tomorrow for the women's under-17 single. Rosenberg and Gotham making their way across the finish line. But that will do it for the top 2. It'll be E-City Crew in Ottawa, 1 and 2. As it was Emma Mayer and Tamsin Taylor. And before we head to the already underway heat number 7, we'll take another chance to thank some of our sponsors for this week and heading into the weekend, because without them, this incredible event, the Royal Canadian Henley Regatta, would not be possible. So we thank everyone up on the screen for making this event possible, and all the volunteers that put in so much work, and of course the sponsors for helping fund an event like this. And of course from everyone here at Niagara College, myself, Noah Vogel, happily bringing you the live stream from wherever you may be watching on the website, and wherever you may be cheering on, or who you may be cheering on. We thank you for tuning in on any of the days this week, and of course today and in the future on the weekend. But now we're underway for heat number 7, which I've already talked about, which I confused with heat number 6. We can see in lane number 2, currently taking the lead, is Olivia Lill from Saratoga. Beside her in heat number 3, Abigail Jackson for Friends of Brooklyn. Asmeen LeBlanc for North Star in lane number 4. Millie McVie in Riverside. In lane number 5, Margaret Wolcott for Westside Rowing. In lane number 6, Egypt Strickland in Conshohocken. In lane number 7, and Willow Schuld from Litchfield Hills in lane number 8. Two more heats to still go after this one. Heat number 8, seconds away from their takeoff. Still the time to beat. Was from Virginia Gates of Niagara Falls, 7:57.59. The only racer so far to get under 8 minutes for the women's under 17 single. Well-relaxed strides and a strong recovery is important to win these singles race. Making sure to stay on pace and just stay in that top 2 position. A lot of these racers know they don't have to go all out. Certainly a lot of more competition still to go this weekend. But you can see from lane number 2, taking the lead and holding on to it, Olivia Lill. Does she have enough gas to get there just ahead of the far side? And she will. Narrowly taking out first. In second place on the far side, look to be Margaret Wolcott from Westside Rowing. And Olivia Lill looks strong and relaxed throughout and will take the number 1 spot in heat number 7. There she is there on our screen as we await our unofficial times. But another qualification spot taken up. You see Margaret Wolcott for Westside Rowing in lane number 6, who will finish in that second position narrowly losing out by 0.74 to Olivia Lill of Saratoga. Them two moving on to the semifinals tomorrow. Still 2 to go. Heat 8 already underway. Heat 9 to take off at 10:54. Before we head into our next event of today, where it will be the women's under-19 8. So we saw the men race earlier this morning in the 8, and now we'll see the women's side take on the under-19 8 division. But for now, we'll stick with the singles in the women's under-17. Currently in the lead in lane number 6, Autumn Prior from Aurelia. Beside her in lane number 7, is Carmilla Vigiletti from Morristown Rowing. In lane number 8, E-City Crew, Elizabeth Brown. Claire Ostrom from CRI in lane number 6. Nora Lopez from Thunder Crew in lane number 4. Megan Helfstein from North Star in lane number 3. And Devin Jenkins from Victoria City in lane number 2. But we're focusing now on lane number 6 from Westside Rowing. Pardon me, from Aurelia, is Autumn Prior. Who currently holds on to a substantial lead in heat number 8. Behind her, looking for that number 2 spot in lane number 4 for Thunder Crew, Nora Lopez, who's fighting for it on the far side with E-City Crew's Elizabeth Brown. The two neck and neck, narrowly edging out each other with each stride, but still off the back end, looking very relaxed in first place is Autumn Prior. Heat number 9 has taken off for the final heat of the women's under 17 single. So past the halfway point in heat 8, and still in the lead, Autumn Prior from Aurelia. You can see her in the yellow shirt. The yellow paddles as well, with each break and each stride. So still 4 qualifying spots for the semifinals for the women's under 17 single. 2 from heat number 8 this heat, and 2 more from heat number 9, which has just taken off moments ago. Aurelia's Autumn Prior still holding on to that lead. Second place still up for grabs as we reach the final stretch here in heat number 8. So Pryor will cross the finish line in first place and will qualify herself for the semifinal in what was a dominating race. Following her in second in lane number 7, the Carmilla Vigiletta. But there's the winner, Autumn Pryor from Aurelia. An excellent race and certainly a confidence builder moving into the semifinals tomorrow, where she'll want to qualify once again for the final Sunday event for the under 17 women's single. Still one heat, which is underway now, as we await the unofficial scores in times of heat number 8. We know the winner is from Aurelia. It's Autumn Pryor with an 8:07.4 time. Just behind her from Morristown Rowing was Vigiletta in lane number 7. So those two moving on to tomorrow's semifinal. Moving over now to the last heat for this event in the final 2 qualifying spots. Of the under 17 women's single in lane number 2 on the far right of your screen from Quad Cities, Kate Fitzpatrick. Lane number 3, Amalia Silbert from Friends of Brooklyn. From lane number 4 in Morristown Rowing, Caroline Mitchell. Claire Ferraro from Calgary Racing Club in lane number 5. Thelma Flowers from Ridgewood Crew in lane number 6. Caitlin Steiner from Pittsford Crew in lane number 7. And Avery Broadbent from Erie Canal in lane number 8. Currently off to a strong start in lane number 6 for Ridgewood Crew is Flowers, who looks to be in the lead here, and Broadbent and Steiner close behind her in lane 6, in lane 7 and lane 8.
Watch your line, rowers, watch your line.
You can see the conditions continue to worsen here as the rain sprinkles down here in St. Catharines. Racers in heat number 9 looking for those final 2 qualifying spots for tomorrow's semifinal. Silbert in lane number 2 from Friends of Brooklyn. Kate Fitzpatrick is who that was in lane number 2 from Quad Cities. Beside her, a bit off the pace, is Silbert from Friends of Brooklyn. Fitzpatrick still in contention for that second place position. So the final 500 here for heat number 9. The rain continuing to pour down in this final stretch. In the final heats of the women's under 17 single. Calgary, Ridgewood, Pittsford Crew, Erie Canal, and Quad Cities all in a spot to take either 1 and 2 in this race. The final push from the crowd to get their athlete across the line here for the final 100 meters of this race. The women's 8 set to get started just moments from now. And just moments from now, we'll see the final 2 qualifiers for the women's under 17 single. In lane number 6, just edging ahead of lane 7 is Flowers. And she's gonna take the number 1 spot for Ridgewood Crew. And second just behind her in lane number 8 from Erie Canal, Avery Broadbent will be the 1-2 punch moving on to the semifinals tomorrow morning. As we see the winner of heat number 9, Thelma Flowers from Ridgewood Crew in lane number 6, second place. Certainly relieved after qualifying for tomorrow's semi-final. Some lower scores, longer times in that heat number 9. But nonetheless, Ridgewood Crew and Erie Canal moving on to the semifinals. Certainly some restrictions now from the rain here in St. Catharines. But nonetheless, for Flowers and Broadbent, they will be moving on to tomorrow. And that will do it for the women's under 17 single. As set to get underway for heat number 1 will be the start of the women's under 19 8 for the Harris Fisher Trophy. As we take a look at the takeoff set to get underway. Top 3 from these 4 heats will move on to the semifinals. Greenwich Crew holds down lane number 2, Erie Canal in lane number 3, TBC Racing in lane number 4, Ottawa lane number 5, Mercer in lane number 6, TBC Racing as well in lane number 7, and Argonaut in lane number 8.
Greenwich Crew, Erie Canal, TBC Racing Lane 4, Ottawa, PNRA Mercer, TBC Racing Lane 7, Argonaut. Attention.
So here we go. We're off for the start of a new event, the women's under 19 8 for the Harrison Fisher Trophy. But first, we need qualifiers for the semifinals tomorrow morning. So top 3 of the 7 in each of these 4 heats. This is heat number 1. And off to a pretty balanced start are each of these boats. Strong look for each of these lanes heading through the first 500 meters.
The results have just arrived. The 19 out of 9 for event 74, the women's under 17 singles. This was the 10 and 54 race number 298. In this heat, moving along first place, moving along the semifinals with a time of 8:28:30 is the Ridgewood Crew. Also moving along in second is the Erie Canal.
So the final results for
In third, Pittsburgh Crew.
the women's 17 single, which we just finished up, now heading
Sixth, Calgary RC,
and taking a look at the women's under 19 8. A narrow lead for TPC Racing in lane number 7. Not too far behind them is Argonaut in lane number 8.
The next event heading down now is the first of 4 heats for event number
Coming up on the halfway point of the 2,000 meters for the women's under 19 8.
The first 3 will be moving along to the semifinals.
It's a 2-horse race up front.
11 a.m.
Lane 7 and lane 8, TPC Racing and Argonaut.
Coming down in lane 2 is the Greenwich Crew. Lane 3, Erie Canal.
Led by their Coxed and Regatta and Charlotte Hastings respectively.
Lane 6, PNR.
And just a narrow lead
Lane 17.
for TPC Racing.
Lane 8, Argonaut.
Led by Leah Sketcher, Aaron Sugarman, Ellie Fallon, Ploeg Vander, Eleanor Fitzgerald, Harper Anderson, Catherine Naum, Julia Cerrone, and Ella Smith leading the way now for TPC Racing. Gaining some ground here on the near side as Argonaut starting to fall off pace. Erie Canal and Greenwich Crew making their move through the final half of the 2,000 meters. Argonaut has completely lost their second place position. It's now a fight between Greenwich Crew and Erie Canal, who could still put some pressure on TPC Racing for that first position. Again, the top 3 now will move on for the team events. Nearing in on the final stretch here for heat number 1 of the women's under 19 8. Heat number 2 still waiting to get underway. So the final push here. Searching for the finish line. Top 3 move on to the semifinals tomorrow. Each stride so crucial to find that top 3 position. First, to the right of your screen, TBC Racing will take the number 1 spot. Just behind them in lane number 3 will be Erie Canal in lane number 8. After an excellent recovery, finishing in 3rd place will be Argonaut. The top 3 moving on. So as we wait the unofficial scores for the final rowers to come in, it'll be TBC Racing finishing top, Argonaut behind them, Greenwich Crew, the top 3. Moving on to the semifinals. Heat number 2 now underway. As the event is about 1 race behind, we started a little bit later for heat number 2. But as we pass by the unofficial scores, we see that it was Erie Canal who finished in that 2nd place. And Greenwich Crew will be bumped down to 4th. We'll head over to heat number 2. On the far left in lane number 2, Washington Rowing. Beside them, Washington Rowing. And also in heat in lane number 4 is Washington Rowing. So the full first 3 lanes, all Washington Rowing Club. Litchfield Hills in lane number 5, Row, New Jersey, lane number 6, St. Catharines, lane number 7, and Greenwich Crew in lane number 8. Reminder for the 8 events, there are 4 heats, 28 total entries. '27, in fact, for the under 19 women's 8s. Only the top 3 move on to the semifinals tomorrow. 2 semifinal heats will decide the final. But for now, we stay with heat number 2. Washtenaw Rowing in lane 2, pulling away slightly from the pack. You see Row, New Jersey, St. Catharines, and Greenwich Crew on the far side, lane 6, 7, and 8. Also in the mix for a top 3 position. Greenwich Crew, led by their Coxed, Sarah Mitchell, currently in the lead. Not too far behind them is St. Catharines. If the pace stays the same, it'll be a very close finish for heat number 2 as we see a move here from the near side to take the lead now from lane number 2 and Washtenaw Rowing. Brendan Hedges the Cox for that boat. Neck and neck for the top 3 spots. First, looking like it's going to be Washtenaw Rowing in lane number 2. But second and third still well up for grabs in heat number 2.
Coming down now, the second heat in lane 2 is Washtenaw with Regatta as Coxed. In lane 3, Washtenaw with Murphy as Coxed. Lane 4, Washtenaw with Wallace.
The final quarter of this race. Still time for each boat to make their move. Greenwich Crew starting to gain some ground air in lane number 8. Fans trying to give them that extra push as we head towards the finish line here. The final look before the push to the finish line. It's Greenwich Crew in lane number 8 leading the pack. St. Catharines and Row, New Jersey just behind them. Washtenaw Rowing to finish second, just barely. And it's going to be very close, but it looked as though Row, New Jersey was able to skip past St. Catharines for the third and final position. We'll have to wait for the unofficial times. But what a race. An exciting finish it ended up being. Litchfield Hills will cross the finish line as the final team will show us our unofficial times. Greenwich Crew, we saw finish first. Washtenaw Rowing, 0.4 tenths of a second behind them. A narrow win. And for Row, New Jersey, that final give at the end was able to take down St. Catharines by 0.27 tenths of a second to take that third and final qualification spot in the women's under-19 eights event in heat number 2. Heat number 3 underway. Still one more to go following that. So easily our closest finish of the morning comes in heat number 2 of the women's under-19 8. Narrow margins between 3rd and 4th place, as well as 1st and 2nd, to find our top 3 qualifying teams. Still 6 more positions left in the semifinals, which will take place tomorrow morning just before noon. And now taking a look over at heat number 3. In lane number 2, here on the near side, is PNRA Mercer, CRI beside them in lane number 3, Calgary in lane number 4, Westside Rowing lane number 5, Row Buffalo in lane number 6, Westside Rowing in lane number 7, and Cambridge in lane number 8, currently with a strong pole position. Not too far behind them, sitting in lane number 5, Westside Rowing. And just length in front of them is CRI, who are trying to make their move to take the lead here in this race. Holding on to it right now in lane number 8 is Cambridge. Still in a position to strike is Mercer in lane number 2. The ability to stay in striking distance for all of these teams will be very important as we head to the final second half of this 2,000 meters. Heat number 4 is underway to round out the women's under-19 8. So Mercer, Cambridge, and Westside Rowing, the 3 teams in contention right now. With CRI and Calgary just falling a little bit off pace, but still a chance to strike here. Take a look at the rain pouring down on the athletes as they push for the final stretch here in heat number 3. The final push past the bridge here to the finish line. Cambridge narrowly in the lead will hold on to finish first place alongside Row Buffalo and Calgary. Westside Rowing in Calgary to finish second and third place. But we know who came first. It was Cambridge. They got out on the front foot to start this race and showed no signs of slowing down. In lane number 8 to finish first, and in that second place position, it was Westside Rowing in lane number 5. And the unofficial scores, we see that CRI was able to beat out Mercer as well as Calgary to take that number 3 spot in lane number 3. So Cambridge, Westside Rowing, and CRI moving on to the semifinals. And now taking a look to the last and final heats before we head over to the women's under 23 single event. In lane number 2, TBC Racing. City Island in lane number 3. Riverside lane number 4. Niagara Falls in lane number 5. Greenwich Crew in lane number 6. And CRI in lane number 7. So only 6 in this heat. 3 will move forward and 3 will not. TBC in an early pole position, CRI edging just towards them. City Island and Greenwich Crew also in contention for the top 3 position heading into the second half of this race. TBC Racing now with a length lead.
The results are just in for the third heat. For the women's under 19 Eight. Moving along from this heat, in first place with a time of 6:42.03 is Cambridge.
So the final results in for heat number 3, Cambridge taking out the win. And they'll build some confidence for them heading into tomorrow's semifinals. Only 2 semifinal heats for the women's under 19 Eight.
Fifth place, Calgary RC. Sixth place, Buffalo.
Top 3
And seventh, Westside Rowing.
from those semifinals will move on to the final.
Heading down the course now is the fourth and 4 heats for the women's under 19 Eight. They're competing for the
Leading this 4th heat, TBC Racing.
moving along to the semifinals. Coming down now. In lane 2 is TBC Racing. Lane 3, City Island. Lane 4, Riverside. Lane 5, Niagara Falls. Lane 6, Greenwich Crew. And then lane 7, CRI.
Tight near the top. TBC Racing still holding on in lane number 2. However, CRI making a push here late as we cross the bridge here for the final stretch of heat number 4 for the women's under 19 Eight. CRI on your screen now. Emma Cassidy, the Cox, willing her team on. CRI first across your screen, holding on to this first place lead. Final stretch from TBC Racing, and they will just edge out lane number 7 in CRI. Third place, City Island. Another down to the wire race. But it'll be TBC Racing to finish first. In lane number 2, CRI in lane number 7. Finishing in second place, City Island from lane number 3 will finish in third. So the final 3 qualifying teams moving on to tomorrow's semifinal. TBC Racing putting up a time of 6:50.36. An excellent race. From them. And that will conclude the women's 8 under 19. Now moving over to women's under 23 single. 7 heats. Top 3 from each will move on to the semifinal tomorrow at noon. In lane number 2, South Niagara, represented by Jillian Van Dyke. Lane number 3, Aiden Renwatz, representing Arian. Great Bay in lane number 4, Molly Robbie. Jolie McTammany from Litchfield Hills in lane number 5. Kara Scott from St. Catharines in lane number 6. Eleanor Lunam in lane number 7 from Riverside. And Farah Konshak from Fairmount in lane number 8. So back to the singles now. It's the women's unders 23, event number 78 of this week. Heat number 1 of 7. Top 3 will move on.
The results are just right for the 4th heat of 4 for the women's under 19 8. These women are competing for the Harris Fisher Trophy, and the top 3 will be moving on.
Jillian Van Dyke in lane number 2. On the right side of your screen, in a top position, Eleanor Lunam from Riverside in lane number 7, also inching her way into the lead.
Also moving on in second place is CRI and third place City Island. Coming in fourth, Bridge Crew, 5th Riverside, and 6th Niagara Falls.
Lunam now with a more commanding lead. Renwaz and Van Dyke neck and neck here with each catch. Also in the mix is Molly Robbie. And Jolie McTammany, all pushing for a top 3 spot. Which arguably makes a much different of a game here compared to the U17 singles, where it was only top 2 to qualify. Now top 3 positions will move on as Jillian Van Dyke from South Niagara has fully taken over the lead here, heading into the last 500 meters of the 2000 in the first heat of the women's under 23 single. Heat number 2 has taken off. Aiden Renoise also just creeping behind Van Dyke in second place now. As Lunam has fallen shortly off pace in lane number 7. Final push here. As Van Dyke looks to come out victorious. Still holding on to that lead in lane number 2. Can she hold on to the pace here for the final stretch? Beside her for each stride is Aiden Renoise. Far side, Eleanor Lumen. Also in the mix for a top 3 position, but it's gonna be Jillian Van Dyke to take out first place. Second to Renoise. And third to Eleanor Lumen. Tamia, good effort near the end to try and take that third place position. She'll finish 4th. And the final 3 contestants will cross the finish line, but it'll be Jillian Van Dyke, the happiest out of the bunch, finishing top of heat number 1 for the women's under 23 single. Taking a look at the unofficial times, South Niagara and Jillian Van Dyke in that first place, followed by Renoise and Lumen in second and third, respectively. So heat number 2 now. Officially off the mark as heat number 3 gets set for their takeoff. Closing in on the finish line for heat number 2. Lane 2, Madeline Fincham for Quad Cities. Annalise Norkidis from OKC HP Center from Peterborough. In lane number 4, Jalen Mowry. Maddie Keft from Washtenaw Rowing in lane number 5. Morgan Zucks from Marietta Training in lane number 6. Lexi Shimnowski from Winnipeg in lane number 7. And Charlotte Wiley in lane number 8. On your screen now from lane number 4, Jalen Mowry from Peterborough. Currently holding on to a slight lead. Just behind her, and lane number 5 from Washtenaw Rowing, Maddie Keft, trying to make a final push here. In the last 100 meters here of heat number 2, but it's going to be Jalen Mowry to take out number 1, who will finish second, third. It's going to be Norkitis and Keft. 2 and 3 from OKCHB Center and Washtenaw Rowing. The top 3 to move on to the semifinals. So the winner of heat number 2 from Peterborough and lane number 4, Jalen Mowry, victorious after a very, very strong time, 7:51.19. Behind her, Annalise Norkitis from lane number 3 and Maddie Keft in lane number 5. To round out the top 3 here for heat number 2.
The results are in for the first heat of the women's under 23 single. For our first heat, that was the 11:24 race number 303. In first place and moving on with the top 3 into the semifinals with a time of 8:13:36 was South Niagara. Second, Arium, and third, Riverside. Coming in fourth, Litchfield Hills, fifth, Fairmont, sixth, Great Bay, and seventh, St. Catharines.
So heat number 3 now underway, of 7 so far.
And just past the halfway mark is our third.
For the women's under 23 single.
Women's under 23 single. This is the 11:36 race number 3.
Passing the bridge now.
Coming down now in lane 2 is
Lane number 2 from Ottawa, Anouk Daniel.
Lane 4, Adrian
Sophia Thompson from Seattle Scullers in lane number 3.
Lane 6,
Audrienne Gill from
Lane 7,
Avron Laval Rowing in lane number 4.
OKC Riversport.
Isabel McKev from Green Racing in lane number 5. Nora Kolb from Green Racing in lane number 6. Megan Harris from Guelph in lane number 7. And Evelyn Rector from OKC River Sport. Top 3 qualified to tomorrow's semifinal. We already have 6 qualified for the 3 heats taking place at noon. Still 4 more qualifying heats to come after this. Dagno in lane number 2 for Quad Cities. for Ottawa. Just behind, who will finish first, Sophia Thompson from Seattle Scullers will cross the finish line first. Cole to finish second in lane number 6. And just behind her, just at the finish line from lane number 7, Megan Harris from Guelph. But the winner on your screen now. Sophia Thompson from Seattle Scullers in lane number 3. And she will top heat number 3 here for the women's under 23 single. So the unofficial scores for heat number 3.
Is Peterborough. Second place, OKC HP Center. Third place, Washington Rowing Center. In fourth, White Cities. Fifth, Arion. Sixth, Winnipeg. And seventh, Marietta.
So heat number 4 now of 7. 3 more qualifying spots for the semifinals tomorrow. In lane number 2,
Heading down the course now.
sits Montreal. Lane number 3, Club Salvadorino and Ariana Townsend. Marietta Training in lane number 4, Meredith Mooney. Grace Hammis from Green Racing in lane number 5. Jane Doyle from Green Racing in lane number 6. Clara Van Dyke from South Niagara in lane number 7. And Zamina Castellanos from Hanlon in lane number 8. Christina Johnson, pardon me, from Montreal on the near side of your screen in lane number 2. Ahead of her is Townsend, who currently sits in a top 3 position. Clara Van Dyke also battling in that second spot. Jane Doyle, Grace Hammis in the mix for a qualification position. Lane number 7 from South Niagara, Clara Van Dyke. We saw Jillian Van Dyke take out the win in heat number 1 for South Niagara in this event. And just as we near the finish, it's Van Dyke and Jane Doyle. Doyle will just edge out. They'll finish 1-2. Coming in behind them is Castellanos from lane number 8 to round out the top 3. Townsend just losing out on that pace as you see her across the finish line now, but taking a look at the two in first and second, it'll go Doyle, Van Dyke, 1 and 2, Castellanos in third, all moving on to the semifinals. There's still 3 more heats to go for the women's under 23 single event. Heat number 5 is underway. Taking a look at the unofficial times. And now on to heat number 5.
Coming in this heat in first place with a time of 7:55:39 is Montreal. Also moving along in second place is Green Racing Project from lane 5.
And heat number 5 of 9. Lane number 2 from London Western, Aaron Hoffer. Elena Sigazis from Edmonton in lane number 3. Arden Ross from University of Victoria in lane number 4. Marley Burgess from Litchfield Hills in lane number 5. Roxalana Nazar from Argonaut in lane number 6. Quinn Gleason from Seattle Scullers in lane number 7. And Katie Gullig in lane number 8 for North Star. Already in the final 500 here for heat number 5. Looking for those top 3 finishers to move on to the semifinals. Sigozis in lane number 3 looks to be the leader of this heat. Right next to her is Burgess from Litchfield Hills in lane number 5. The rain continuing to pour down here in St. Catharines at the Royal Canadian Henley Regatta, and certainly putting some toll on these athletes as they continue to power through these races. The final push here for those top 3 spots. Roxalana in lane number 6. Trying to fight for the lead here from Kulig in lane number 8, who's going to take the win here. Just behind her in 6th, in the 6th lane from Argonaut. And in that 3rd place was Arden Ross from University of Victoria, but finishing number 1, Kate Kulig from North Star in lane number 8. Relieved as the rain continues to pour down.
Coming in first was Green Racing Project. Second is off Niagara. Third, Henley. Fourth.
So Kulig first in her heat, and we'll move on to the semifinals tomorrow. As we take a look at the unofficial times, it was Argonaut in 2nd with Roxalana and Arden Ross of University of Victoria in lane number 4 in the 3rd place. 3 more heats still to come. Heat number 6 underway. So heat number 6, well underway here. Lane 1, Evan Park from OKC HP Center. Lane number 2, Arg Sanchez Diaz from Spain. Charlotte Lightfoot from Potomac in lane number 4. Abigail Simpson in lane number 5 from University of Victoria. Alexandra Fasler from Morristown rowing in lane number 6. Madeline Forsick in lane number 7 for Ottawa. And Emma Westuba from Arion in lane number 8. A strong lead in lane number 3 for Sanchez Diaz. Lightfoot for Potomac looks to be in the lead here.
It's also the 1148, race 307. In first, Northstar. Second, Argonaut. Third, University of Victoria. Fourth, Edmonton. Fifth, Seattle Scholars. Sixth, Litchfield. Seventh, Melbourne Western.
Heat number 7 has taken off at the 12 o'clock mark. Still 1 to follow after that. And following the finish of these heats will be the start of the men's under 17 double. Set to take off at 12:06. On your screen now, currently in the lead in lane number 4 from Potomac is Charlotte Lightfoot. Following behind her, Abigail Simpson in lane number 5 from University of Victoria. On the final stretch here of heat number 6 of 7. So Lightfoot will take the win here for Potomac in heat number 6. With Stuba in lane number 8 to finish second. And Fasler in lane number 6 will take 3rd place. So Charlotte Lightfoot in lane number 4, 1st place in heat number 6. Westuba in the far line in lane number 8 for Arion will finish in second and will book her spot into the semifinals. As well as lane number 6, Morristown Rowing, in Alexandra Fasler, which should be the 1, 2, 3 unofficially heading into the semifinals. Still one more heat to go before the start of the men's under 17. That final heat underway as we await our unofficial scores for heat number 6. So word from the timekeepers as an error was made, so we'll have to wait on those official scores for just a moment, but still continuing with the action in the final heat for the women's under 23 single. In lane number 2, Arian. Representing them is Tara Long from Aurelia in lane number 3, Iris Fiddick. Cedar Wink from Aurelia in lane number 4. Kate Fletcher from Guelph in lane number 5. Natasha Kobelski from Washtenaw rowing in lane number 6. Isabel Martin from Seattle Scullers in lane number 7. And Lenia Darius from Potomac in lane number 8.
University of Victoria 4th, and Esplanade 5th.
So Iris Fiddick from Aurelia currently in the lead in that yellow shirt. Sitting in lane number 3. Kobelski also trying to make a move on her on the far side in lane number 6. The two currently on pace with each other as Fiddick just barely narrowing out a lead here, heading into the final half of the 2,000 meters. Closing in behind Fiddick is Long in lane number 2. Kobelski still staying with the leader here. The final stretch for the final heat of the women's under 23, single division. The final 3 qualifying spots up for grabs. Reminder, the semifinals for all top 3 finishers in these heats will take place tomorrow starting at noon. Finals to commence on Sunday. For our next event, the men's under 17 double. The first heat of 8 has taken underway. Top 2 finishers will move on for the semifinals in that event. But for now, we'll take a close look here as we near the finish for the final heats of the women's under 23 single. Iris Fiddick of Aurelia still holding on to that lead. Kobelski still breathing down her neck, trying to take over the number 1 spot. Rain continues to dwindle down here for the final stretch. Fans pushing on their athletes to get them across the finish line here. It's going to be very tight near the end. Fiddick narrowly taking the lead, and will just have the extra gas to get across the finish line in first place, and will be followed by Natasha Kobelski of Washtenaw Rowing for second, and third place to Tara Long from Arion in lane number 2. So that will do it for the women's under 23 single heats. All qualifiers are in for tomorrow's semifinals. There'll be 3 semifinals that will take place starting at noon. And the top 2 from each will move on to the final on Sunday. For now, I've been Noah Vogel, and I'll step aside, and we'll be back very shortly for the rest of the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta coverage here, brought to you by Niagara College. But for now, I'll step aside.
Results in for race 309, top 3 moving forward. In first, Aurelia. In second, Washtenaw Rowing. Third is Arion. Fourth, Potomac. Fifth, Guelph. Sixth, Seattle Scholars. And seventh, Aurelia. Just past the 1,500 meter mark is the men's under 17 double, heat 1. In lane 2, we have Friends of Brooklyn. Lane 3, OKC River Sport. Lane 4, Fairmont. Lane 5, Conshohocken. Lane 6, Potomac. Lane 7, Crescent. And lane 8, Gordon Rowing. Unfortunately, Redson is E2 for the men's double U17. Lane 2, Wheaton College. Lane 3, Detroit Hope. Lane 4, Gordon Rowan. Lane 5, Notre Dame. Lane 6, Detroit. Lane 7, Fort. Approaching the grandstand, race 312 for the men's 17 double, heat 3. Lane 1, Notre Dame. Lane 3, Saratoga. Lane 4, St. Cuthbert's. Lane 5, Ridley College. Lane 6, Washington on rowing. Lane 7, Washington on rowing. Lane 8, Conshohocken. Results in for race 312. Moncton forward in first Ridley. Second, Conshohocken. Third, Saratoga. Fourth, Washington. Fifth, Notre Dame. Seventh, St. Cuthbert's. And seventh, second vote for Washington.
Maybe saw the rest of them. I think I saw
Salmon was like the main hooker, I think. And then decided to just like maybe or like you about it.
Approaching the 1500 meter mark is heat 4 of the men's under 17 level. Lane 1 is Vancouver. Lane 2, Notre Dame. Lane 3, Oregon. Lane 4, Ridgewood, Crew. Lane 5, Pascagoula. Lane 7, Wayland, Washington. And Lane 8, Crescent.
minutes. Tail, Litchfield, Barcelona, Riverside, Detroit, Vancouver, St. Catherine. Attention.
Just clearing the 1,500 meter mark is heat 5 of the men's under 17 double. Lane 2, Niagara Falls. Lane 3, Cascadilla. Lane 4, London Western. Lane 5, Cascadilla. Lane 6, Litchfield Hills. Lane 7, Seattle Scullers. Lane 8, Saratoga. Results in from race 313. Top 2 moving forward in first Crestwood. Second, Ridgewood Crew. Third, Vancouver. Fourth, Argonaut. Fifth, Cascadilla. Seventh, Wayland Weston. And Notre Dame was a scratch. First, Seattle Scholars. In second, Niagara Falls. Third, Litchfield Hills. Fourth, Cascadilla. Fifth, Cascadilla. Sixth, Fleming Western. Seventh, Saratoga. Approaching the 1500 meter mark is heat 6 of the men's U17 double. Lane 2 has Erie Canal AC. Lane 3, Litchfield Hills. Lane 4, Washington Rowing. Lane 5, Riverside. Lane 6, Detroit Boat Club. Lane 7, Vancouver. Lane 8, St. Catharines. 2 moving forward. In first Riverside, in second, Erie Canal AC. Third Vancouver, fourth Boston, fifth Detroit Boat Club, seventh St. Catharines, eighth Litchfield. Approaching the 1500 meter mark is Heat 7 of men's under 17 double. Lane 2 will find Thunder Crew. Lane 3, Erie Canal AC. Lane 4, Thunder Crew. Lane 5, Calgary Rowing Club. Lane 6, Peterborough. Lane 7, OKC Riversport.
Just make sure you bring it. You need to back off the other. Good call. You need to break the close. Go through like 5 days. It is wrong.
Good afternoon and welcome back to our live coverage of the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. I'm Noah Vogel, now joined by Jana Paquin. Jana, you've rowed for a long time, and I want to ask you, because we've seen the conditions here in St. Catharines this morning and now into the afternoon. They've been quite rainy. How can these rainy conditions affect our rowers here today?
I feel like the rain isn't terrible, honestly, because the course does look quite flat. The rain, I feel, is a lot better than wind. I'd rather rain than wind, especially on these hot days. I think it cools down the rowers, but it definitely does make it hard to keep hold of the handles, especially if you have the plastic ones. When those are wet, which, I mean, it's a water sport, so I don't know why they'd make it like that, but it's hard to keep your grip. So that's something you really have to focus on and not letting go of the handles, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, losing an oar would be detrimental for sure. We saw that earlier today, a broken oar in one of the early events, but now we're over halfway through the day and we're just rounding out the men's under 17 double with this last and final heat number 8 to try and find our semi-finalists. The top 2 teams, or groups I'd say, in this race will move on to the semi-finals tomorrow. And in this race currently in lane number 2, South Niagara, lane number 3, Crescent, Don Rowing in lane number 4 and lane number 5, West Side Rowing in lane number 6, and Friends of Brooklyn in lane number 7. And clearly you can see on our screen quite a lead for Don Rowing in lane number 5, as they look to hold on and book their spot into the semifinals with a qualification in those top 2 positions in this heat. Following this, we will start the semifinals for the women's under 17 Coxed 4. There'll be 2 semifinals, one starting very momentarily at 12:54 is the takeoff. Top 3 teams will move on to the finals, which will be taking place tomorrow. But for now, we'll keep our eye on the final heat for the men's under 17 double.
They've got like 500 meters left. When the buoys turn red, they know that they only have 250 meters for their finish. They'll start picking up the rate, picking up the power. When we zoom in, you'll be able to see the red buoys. You can see them change from yellow to red. That's a very good indicator.
Stamina is so important in rowing, and making sure you have enough in the tank to push yourself that final little bit to cross the finish line. And again, for these rowers, of course, wanting to put up a good time, but the most important thing is to finish in that top 2 qualifying spot so they can continue their weekend into tomorrow for the semifinals. Powering through the last stretch here, the 2,000 meters.
It's really important for the rowers to row all the way through the finish and take even a few extra strokes after. The finish line is not where the white buoys are. It is a little bit earlier, but you still want to make sure you're going all the way through to not stop before by accident, because I have seen that happen and it has cost people their place.
So Don Rowing in lane number 5, Hugh and Hilton McDowell will finish first in heat number 8. And followed behind, second place there on your screen from West Side Rowing in lane number 6. Here on the near side, lane number 2, South Niagara. To complete the top 3, we'll get our unofficial times in just a moment. and set to be let off any second now will be the women's under 17 Cox 4 semifinals. So we take a look at the unofficial times. Dawn Rowing coming out on top, and lane number 5, Westside Rowing in lane number 6 will take that second position, and South Niagara just missing out of qualification in the 3rd position. So now we move over to what is a little more pressure bearing, because we are hitting the semifinals now for the first time today, and it'll be for the women's under 17 Cox 4. In lane number 2 to start semifinal number 1. Top 3 will move on to the final. It'll be TBC Racing, lane number 3 Greenwich Crew, as well as lane number 4 Saratoga in lane number 5, St. Catharines in lane number 6, and Row Buffalo in lane number 7.
You can see the lane number 5, I believe. The boat on the right is bucket rigged, which I talked about yesterday, and we said an Olympic crew just won in a bucket rigged boat. You don't see it very often. I don't know if there's really an advantage. I think it's all personal preference, where the coach wants the rowers to sit in the boat, and it depends if there's port or starboard rower.
So what is the main difference between that and boats that are normally or more commonly used?
Normally, stroke seat is port, so your oar is on the right, and then it kind of just alternates. Same with an 8, it just port, starboard, all the way through. But then bucket rigged, you'll have, for a 4, you'd have 2 people on the same side, one after another. I feel like it is harder to stay in time, just because you don't have, like, you're just following the person on the right and you can't see the left. I don't know, it's not common.
We'll see how it affects, I believe, if we're correct, in lane number 5 is Saratoga, who has that type of boat, and currently team's taking it easy so far, just relax through the start, the first 500 of this first semi-final for the women's under 17 Cox 4. And how important is the start? Is it important to get off to a lead, or kind of just stick around the other boats?
It really depends. It is very important to settle into your race pace very early. Usually a start consists of like 2 half strokes and then a 3/4 stroke and then 2 full strokes, like very fast and very powerful, but you want to settle in to your race pace, which is, it differs for crews. Your coach or Coxie will tell you and let you know. But it's very important to settle in, because you do not want to use too much power at the start and then be dead for the whole race.
St. Catharines, Saratoga, Greenwich Crew. The 3 in the middle of your screen starting to pull away from the rest.
The boats are coming up on the 1,000-meter mark, which means they'll probably start some sort of piece to get ahead, maybe a bridge to bridge. That's what we would do. It's basically just, I believe, 30 strokes. You do 10 for power, 10 for technique, and 10 for whatever else. I mean, when we rode, we'd take strokes for everyone in the boat, for loved ones, just to motivate you. Your Coxie really helps keep you guys motivated. They play a big part in these races.
How important would you say the athletes are, like, having a big relationship with the Coxie? How important is that?
I think it is quite important. to like your Coxie and be friends with them and just have that relationship with them, because you guys are a team. It is a team sport, and like you can't have that success without each other. So you really need to trust in your Coxie, trust they will do the right things for you, give you the right call outs, steer you. You just really have to have a lot of trust in them. And I think they have trust in the rowers that they will push and give it their all to secure that win.
So we saw on your screen there, Greenwich Crew and Saratoga slightly in the lead in front of the pack. Semifinal number 2 is set and ready for their takeoff. A 3-horse race for those top 3 positions to qualify for the finals. Greenwich Crew, Saratoga, and St. Catharines.
And even though 3 people do qualify, it does matter if you get first still, because you get placed in certain lanes, and 4 and 5 are the best lanes to be placed in, just because of current and wind, and they're just the perfect lanes. You'd rather be in the middle than on the edge.
TBC Racing on the near side, and lane number 2 also in the mix. Greenwich Crew in lane number 4 just holding on to a slight lead. Fans cheering their athletes on as we hit the final stretch here of the 2,000 meters.
Again, they're coming up on those red buoys, so those crews are going to be starting their finishes soon. Maybe a 7-up. There's a lot of different finishes you can do, but it's all the same thing in the end. Just upping the power, upping the rate, letting that adrenaline push you and take you over the finish line.
Semifinal number 2 has officially begun their race, but still to finish is semifinal 1 of the women's under 17 Cox 4. Top 3 from each semifinal move on to the final. As we reach the final look towards the finish line here. Saratoga looking with a slight advantage. Greenwich Crew nearing them. And it's going to be Saratoga and St. Catharines 1 and 2. Greenwich Crew next to them in 3rd place. So lane 4, 5, and 6 from semifinal number 1 will qualify for the final. St. Catharines finishing in 1st, Saratoga finishing 2nd, and Greenwich Crew rounding out in 3rd place from lane number 4.
You could see at the end, Greenwich Crew put on the motors at the very end. They tried for that second. As you see on your screen now,
Number 1 and number 2, St. Catharines and Saratoga. St. Catharines, Coxed, Avery, Cully in the red there. The unofficial scores for the first semifinal, St. Catharines with a 7:32 flat will take out number 1 spot in first semifinal. Saratoga finishing second with a 7:34.22, and Greenwich Crew in lane number 4 with a 7:34.48. So now, already begun semifinal number 2, and following that will be the men's under 19 pair. As we take a look now at the second semifinal, lane number 2, CRI, lane number 3, White Marsh Boat, lane number 4, CBC PNRA, lane number 5 is Cambridge, lane number 6 is Port Rowing, and lane number 7 is Pittsford Crew. An early jump here for Cambridge as they start off this race with a lead here. CBC and White Marsh not too far behind, as well as CRI in lane number 2.
Yeah, carry press.
Just gonna do all 4 back. All 4 lights. Yeah, all 4 lights. Once in here. If you
Now, Yana, we've seen the 8s, we've seen the 4s, we've seen the pairs, we've also seen the singles. What would you say is the most difficult to compete in?
I'd say definitely a pair. Pairs are very difficult because you only have one oar each. It is very hard to stay balanced. You have to have a lot of trust in your partner. And you both have to have amazing balance. You have to stay in time in order to not flip. It is definitely one of the easiest boats to flip. I feel harder than a single to row. It's just a lot of teamwork, and it's just you two in the boat. You don't have a coxswain or anything. It's just you two steering, and the one has control of the right side and the one has control of the left.
We'll see a little bit of that after the finish of this semifinal when we move over to the men's under 19 pair in their semifinal. But for now, in lane number 5, Cambridge narrowly holding on to their lead. As we inch closer to the finish line, it will be Cambridge. CBC will finish second in lane number 4. And CRI with an excellent push at the end to finish in that 3rd position in lane number 2. Will round out the top 3 and the finalists for the women's under 17 Cox 4. So lane number 5 in Cambridge taking out the first spot. And you see just in front of them from lane number 4 was CBC taking out the 2nd place position. So those two teams locked to go to the final. as we await the unofficial times for semifinal number 2. Cambridge finishing on a 7:31.8. Mercer 7:32. And we also saw CRA finishing in that 3rd place position. And what a week it has been. The 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta has been amazing so far this week and will continue into the weekend with much more races to come. And it wouldn't be possible without the sponsors we have supporting this event, all the volunteers that put all the work into making this event happen and run to its best of its ability, and it's done that so far, and we can't thank those sponsors enough. So as we take a look back, we'll start now the men's under 19 pair semifinals.
Those men are coming up on the last 250 meters to go in their race.
3 semifinal heats for the men's under 19 pair. Lane number 2, Hawk Rowing Club. Lane number 3, Mercer. Lane number 4, Cambridge. Lane number 5, Row, New Jersey. Lane number 6, Hawk Rowing Club. And lane number 7, Foundry. Final stretch here for the men's pairs, and taking away this lead and will finish first was Row, New Jersey in lane number 5. And second to Foundry, third to Mercer, but only the top 2 move on to the final, and here are the winners. And it was Foundry in lane number 7 who snuck into that second spot, so Row, New Jersey with an excellent time of 6:56.29 will win the first semifinal of the men's under 19 pair. Foundry in second place, and both of those pairs will move on to the finals. Semifinal number 2 has got underway. We'll see in lane number 2, Mercer. Lane number 3, Hanlon. Beside them in lane number 4, St. Catharines. Mercer as well in lane number 5. Washtenaw rowing in lane number 6, and Cambridge in lane number 7. So you talked about the advantages and the disadvantages of the inside lanes. What is the biggest disadvantage of being on the outside of one of these lanes?
I feel like it's just the course could be more rough. When you're on the inside, it's a little bit more flat on most days. I mean, if it's windy, kind of all the lanes suck. But definitely the middle lanes, it's just, I don't even know how to explain it. I feel like most of the time it's just better weather, better conditions in the middle lanes. The lane 6 and 7 also aren't terrible because it's definitely more sheltered than lane 2 and 3, and we don't ever really use lane 1. I feel like it's too close to the grandstand anyways when you're finishing, but feel like it's also nice to be in the middle. You can see all your competition beside you, as opposed to being on the edge. Then you can only really see the people to the side, but depends. If you're further back, you can't see anyone. But if you're in the middle, you can kind of have that competition and have that motivation to keep pushing.
Currently in the lead now in lane number 5, Mercer, Charles Huckle, and Henry Alston in that lane 5 boat. And currently looking very strong, heading into the second half of the 2,000 meters. Just behind them in lane number 4, St. Catharines, Colin Hughes and Matthias Isig. Washtenaw Rowing also in the mix for a top 2 finish here. Reminder, top 2 will go to the final. The last semi-final for the men's under-19 pair set to take off in less than 2 minutes.
Henley, lane 4, St. Catharines, lane 5, PNRA Mercer, lane 6, Washtenaw, lane 7, Cambridge. Again, folks, please return to the grandstand area once your race is completed.
St. Catharines slowly moving off pace. Mercer and Washtenaw Rowing holding those top 2 spots. Semi-final number 3 is officially begun for the men's under-19 pair, the third and final semi-final. Washtenaw and Mercer going at it stroke for stroke. Inside the final 500 meters, nearing in on that final finish line to book the spot to the semi-final. Both teams trying to finish in that first position. Mercer just narrowly edging ahead. And Mercer will finish in first. Washtenaw Rowing in second. And St. Catharines just coming in behind in third place. So a 5-6-4 finish. Mercer coming out on top in lane number 5, followed by Washtenaw Rowing and St. Catharines in third. As you see the second place team there will gain their spot into the final. The 2 finalists there from heat number 2. And well underway now is the final semi-final, the men's under-19 pair. And following this, we'll begin the semi-finals for the men's under-17 single. Taking a look at the unofficial scores and times. Mercer 6:58.29. St. Catharines currently in that second position, but should fall behind Washtenaw Rowing, who are in that 6th lane. Once we get the official scores, you will see the top 2 who are moving on to the finals, but still 2 spots left. For the men's under-19 pair. In lane number 2 is Hawk Rowing Club on the near side. Cambridge in lane number 3, Thunder Crew lane number 4 and 5. Friends of Brooklyn in lane number 6, and Calgary in lane number 7. Again, we see lane number 5 taking an early lead here. Thunder Crew sitting in that white boat, currently ahead of Friends of Brooklyn in lane number 6. A lot of these athletes isn't their first race of the week by far. And how would you say, bringing out that extra gear near that final 500 is so key, and how do you bring it out of you when maybe your arms and legs are feeling tired, but you just need find that extra little grit at the end?
I feel like the adrenaline just takes over everything. You don't even think about how much you're hurting. You're just thinking about how close you are to being done. And the faster you're done, the faster you can take a breath and put your legs in the water and just be happy that you finished. It's definitely hard. I think having a coxie in the boat definitely helps. They keep you motivated, but when you don't have a coxie, it's the bow person that will give call-outs to help both of you stay motivated, rowing for each other. When you're in a single, it's just you. You have to keep yourself going. It is also a hard mental game, rowing. Just being able to keep pushing even when you feel like you're going to die. When it hurts so bad and the lactic acid is terrible and you just want to be done. So you row faster to finish.
Certainly, the mental side of rowing is very important into, progressing and getting better at the sport, because as much as it's about power and speed, it's very about keeping your head and mentality on the task at hand. And certainly we see that a lot in other sports, but for rowing, it's a big thing. And like you said, when rowing in a single, you're all by yourself. It's just you, your oars, and the water, and just making sure you're motivating yourself to keep going and finish that race is so important. We'll see some of those singles after this semifinal when the men's under 17 kick off their semifinals. But for now, we'll see who will take those last 2 qualification spots for the men's under 19 pair final. Top 2 go through from this semifinal heat. Currently, with a narrow lead in lane number 5 is Thunder Crew, Bennett Mayer and Patrick Boyle. You can see starting to extend those powerful strides to get to the finish line as we see them cross the right side of your screen first. Bearing in behind them, Cambridge is there. And that's how it'll finish. It'll be Thunder Crew in lane number 5 and Cambridge in lane number 3. So Bennett Mayer and Patrick Boyle from Thunder Crew in lane number 5, and Cambridge to finish second. Vincent Manazote and Walton. The unofficial scores from that semifinal heat. Thunder Crew first, Cambridge to finish second. Now to shift the focus over to the singles. And just like the last event, it'll be 3 semifinals. Top 2 will become finalists from each heat. The first semifinal well underway. The second set to begin at 1:30. Looking over at it now in lane number 2. Representing Waylon Weston is Jacob Zhang. Ridley College in lane number 3, Ashton Kidd. Dean Burton from Albany in lane number 4. Jackson Decker from Seattle Scullers in lane number 5. Jack Coulson from Ottawa in lane number 6. And Itzhak Petrosky Harris from Riverside in lane number 7. Are the 6 competitors in semifinal number 1 for the men's under 17 single. If you're just joining us here on the website stream, brought to you by all the wonderful students at Niagara College, myself, Noah Vogel, alongside Yana Paquin here with me. And what's been an excellent day of rowing. The weather quite hasn't panned out, but it seems like the rain has officially cooled down a little bit. We've had rain for most of the morning. And still plenty of races to go. Currently in the lead representing Albany is Dean Burton in lane number 4. Behind him in lane 6, Jack Coulson.
Ladies and gentlemen, when your race is complete, please return to the grandstand area so that you can be able to go on. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 heats coming up for the men's under 17 single.
Burton extending his lead here on Coulson in second.
Lane 3, Ridley College. Lane 4,
looking like the 2 to finish in those qualifying spots for the final.
Lane 6 is Ottawa. Lane 7, Riverside.
Ashton Kidd from Ridley College in lane 3, the closest to the top 2. Nearing on those final 500 meters. Still with an astounding lead, Dean Burton from Albany in lane number 4. Powerful and clean strides from the leader. And Dean Burton looking to hold on here to win the first semifinal of the men's under 17 single. Semifinal number 2 has officially begun. it looks like behind the leaders here, Jacob Zhang in this first semifinal, his boat had flipped over him in lane number 2, and that pretty much did it for his race. And now taking back a look at the leaders, and it's going to be Dean Burton in lane number 4 to take the first position, and Jack Coulson in lane number 6. So the 2 leaders at the start of this race finish out 1 and 2 and will book their spot into the finals in those top 2 positions. An unfortunate chain of events for Jacob Zhang from Waylon Weston and his boat malfunction, and unfortunate to finish the race. But nonetheless, an outstanding performance from Burton and Coulson to come 1-2 here in the first semifinal. And now Zhang's boat is officially flipped over on the other side. As we take a look, just getting some help from one of the safety boats. The unofficial times: Dean Burton finishing with a 7:31.62. And Jack Coulson for Ottawa finishing in that second place, and we'll move over now to the second semifinal as Zhang gets his boat towed off the course. In lane number 2 in the second semifinal, Jack Wade representing CRI, Parker Mansfield from Saratoga in lane number 3, Henry Davis from Fairmount in lane number 4, Tristan Rydell from Ridgewood Crew in lane number 5, Oscar Nanjed from Calgary in lane number 6, and Jace Davis from Endeavor Racing in lane number 7. So again, top 2 will move on to the final. And pulling away through the middle in lane number 5, Tristan Rydell from Ridgewood Crew. Lane 5 and lane 7.
And the top 2 moving forward first.
The 2 in the lead as it stands. Jace Davis in lane number 7. Tristan Rydell in the white boat in lane number 5, currently in second. Beginning to push and make his move forward as we meet the halfway point. Semifinal number 3 to begin in the next 2 minutes to round out the finals qualification for the men's under 17 single. Rydell still in the lead in lane number 5 for Ridgewood Crew. Jace Davis slowly falling off the pace near the front. Parker Mansfield for Saratoga in lane number 2 is, lane number 3 is starting to gain some ground here. So semifinal 3 is now off as we await the finish of the top 2 from the second semifinal. Tristan Rydell, Jace Davis in the battle for first. Final push from the fans, urging their athletes on. Rydell with a narrow lead. Jace Davis sitting there in second. It's going to be Tristan Rydell from Ridgewood Crew to finish as he comes first. Second place to Jace Davis in lane number 7. So the final 2 final Rydell first, Davis second, as they book their ticket into the finals tomorrow. And we'll now shift our focus to the last semi-final for the men's under 17 single. So pardon me, these are the last 2 positions for the final. Still 1 race to go in the event. Shifting over to it now in lane number 2. Planted Babenko representing Cascadilla. In lane number 3, Max Johns from Victoria City. Jack Moyer from Ridley College in lane number 4. Ellen Lipman from Riverside in lane number 5. Graham Matlock from Quad Cities in lane number 6. And Marcus Santoro from South Niagara in the far left lane in lane number 7. Taking a look at Max Johns in lane number 3. Santoro from South Niagara edging a little bit of a lead here through the halfway. Santoro really starting to pull away here in lane number 7 of officially the final semi-final for the men's under 17 single. Following this, we'll start the women's under 19 pairs semi-finals.
Lane 3, Victoria City. Lane 4, Ridley College. Lane
Santoro, Graham, and Max Johns. The three fighting for those top two positions.
Results race 324 with the top two moving forward. In first was Ridgewood Crew.
Jack Moyer from Ridley College also leaking his way through the middle in lane number 4.
Fifth, WRC, and seventh, CRI.
The start of the women's under-19 pair has begun for semifinal number 1 of 3. Final push for the under-17 men's single. Looking to find their place in the final tomorrow. Striking through the middle, Jack Moyer. Marcus Santoro in lane number 7. Semifinal number 3 looking like a tight finish here. Santoro still trying to hold on to that lead in lane number 7. Graham just behind him, trying to make a final push here. Moyer coming through in lane number 4. It's going to be tight for who can figure out that second position. It'll be Santoro to finish first, and Moyer with the last push might have just beat Matlock at the finish line. We'll have to wait for the official times to see who will finish in that second place, but Marcus Santoro from South Niagara for sure has booked his ticket to the final, finishing in first place. And an excellent push near the end from Jack Moyer, who responded well from falling a little bit back during that midsection and picked up a lot of ground. And as it stands, Jack Moyer will finish second out of Ridley College and will move along with Marcus Santoro into the final. So now back over to the women's side. We'll start with the first of 3 under-19 pairs. Only 5 in each of these semifinals, and lane number 3 is Cambridge. Beside them, lane number 4 is Calgary. Lane number 5, Wayland Weston. Lane number 6, Cambridge. And lane number 7, Roe Buffalo. Lane 4 and lane 5, as well as lane 3, all near the front of the pack here in semifinal number 1. Calgary holding the lead as it stands. Addison Bioman and Georgia Skeens in that lane number 4 boat. Cambridge making a push here in lane number 3. We'll see down the stretch here as we inch closer to the final 500 meters. Who has enough to pull away here? Waylon Weston slowly losing off pace. Will have to make a big push here if they're going to want to finish in those top 2 positions and move on to the finals. Semifinal number 2 just got underway. It's going to be a tight finish for position 1 and 2 here in the first semifinals for the women's under 19 pair. The red buoys are out. It's the final stretch. It's 4, 5, and 6 near the middle, with Cambridge hot on their tail. Calgary trying to hold on to this lead here in lane number 4. Waylon Weston right there with them. Cambridge just behind them. The final push to the finish line. Cambridge has overtaken Waylon Weston, and they'll finish in second just behind Calgary. So lane 4 will finish first, Calgary, and lane number 3 to finish second. And will be crowned the 2 first qualifiers to the final, as non-official scores give Calgary a 749.94. With Cambridge just behind them and 7051.26. Semifinal number 2. In lane number 3, Greenwich Crew. Lane number 4, BHRA. Cambridge in lane number 5. Winnipeg in lane number 6. And Washtenaw Rowing in lane number 7. Again, the middle lane's getting off to a hot start. Cambridge in lane number 5 making their way into the lead.
Resulted from race 326 and top 2 for the first Calgary RC, second Cambridge, third Waylon Weston, fourth Cambridge, fifth Royal Buffalo.
Now, Yana, in a position like this, would you rather be trying to hold on to a lead or possibly take the lead near the end of a race?
feel like holding on to a lead is easier. You really focus on making the gap between the person in front of you bigger, like behind you, I guess, technically. That's a big thing, like while racing, it's closing the gap and making the gap bigger depending on where you are in the race. Yeah, it's just, I feel like it's easier to hold a lead. But you can never count a boat out even if they're behind. You know, some crews have amazing finishes and they will pull ahead right in the last 250 and they just have that little bit extra left in the tank.
Yeah, and almost sometimes in races like these when you're holding a lead for so long, it's just the pressure's building up like you're expected to win. And, you know, that last second, just that little extra push can give another boat just a little more. Currently, as it stands, Cambridge in lane number 5 is inching away from BHRA in lane number 4.
You can tell lane number 5 has a little bit of a higher rate. Lane number 4 has a little bit of a lower rate, so I feel like they are probably trying to do lower rate, higher power, than faster and less power to try and make that gap and pull ahead for the last 500 meters that they're coming up on.
So power versus speed for the last 500 meters here in semifinal number 2. The third and final for the women's under 19 pair semifinal has just got underway. Following this, we'll start the semifinals for the women's under 23 quad. But for now, we'll stick with the pairs with 4 final spots still up for grabs here. Cambridge still making their way in the lead through the middle in lane number 5. BHRA still pushing. Cambridge still holding on, but not by much. BHRA trying to get that final push near the end, and it won't be enough, but both will qualify to the finals. 1-2, Cambridge BHRA. In lane 5 and lane 4. As the two boats led for most of the race and were able to hold on and qualify themselves for the finals. Unofficial times for semifinal number 2. Cambridge on a 75.3, just overtaking BHRA by 0.82 tenths of a second. As we switch focus back to semifinal number 3, the last of the women's under-19 pair. Lane number 3 sits Greenwich Crew, PNRA Mercer, and lane number 4, OKC Riversport, lane number 5. Leander in lane number 6, and Mercer once again in lane number 7.
Results for race 327 top 2 for the first team group. Second, BHRA, third, Winnipeg, fourth, Greenwich Crew, and fifth, Washington Wilson.
OKC Riversport in lane number 5 taking an early lead here. Beside them, Mercer in lane number 4. Leander not too far behind in lane number 6. Trying to close the gap between them and second place. Greenwich Crew falling off pace here on the near side in lane number 3. Greenwich Crew now gaining some ground on the top 2 teams in this race. Again, the top 2 will move on to the finals. Only 2 qualifying spots left for the women's under-19 pair. The women's under-23 quad to commence after the finish of this event. The front runners catching up close now to the red buoys. In the final 500 meters of this race. Women's quad under 23 semifinal has got underway. Still OKC Riverport and Mercer in lane 4 and 5 in the lead. Now in the final 500 meters of the 2000. Mercer slowly falling behind the leaders now, OKC Riverport. as we see the final push here for the finish line. It's going to be OKC Riversport to win semifinal number 3, and just behind them in lane number 4 is Mercer. So again, 5 and 4 from the semifinals move on to the finale, as Riversport just beats out Mercer. To book the final 2 spots in the final of the women's under-19 pair. Unofficial times for OKC Riversport, 7:49.07.
I've been watching your filming. Good work.
Sorry?
I've been watching your filming. Good work.
Oh, thank you.
Unofficial times have Greenwich Crew in second place, but it looked as though it was Mercer who finished in second place. But we'll now shift focus to the women's under-23 quad. Back to 6 boats in the water. OKC HP Center in lane number 2. Litchfield Hills in lane number 3. Peterborough in lane number 4. Conshohocken in lane number 5. Ottawa in lane number 6. And Gordon Rowing in lane number 7.
You can see how in time those girls are setting up the boat, and then in and out, those V splashes, not missing any water in those strokes.
Good race, you guys. Good race.
So we've seen a couple of the quad and 4 races, and the thing about this one is no Coxed in the boat. How does that make a difference when keeping every rower synchronized inside the boat?
Well, the bow person is basically the Coxed when there is none, so they have to look behind them while keeping the boat set up. When you look outside of the boat, you risk becoming tippy or out of time. It's really hard to steer and give call-outs to your team. When you're the bow person, you are the Coxed, you are the motivator, you're the one keeping you on course. There's a lot of jobs for the bow, and it is definitely more difficult when you don't have a Coxed that is looking forward to steer and give call-outs. And Coxes can look all around and see where all the other teams are to let you know and to say, like, to make the gap bigger or close the gap, stuff like that. But the bow can do all of that. They just have to be careful and keep their head inside the boat at all times. You can see these Peterborough girls have their heads in the boat. They're not looking out, they're not looking around, because when you look outside of the boat, you lose that balance. You want to stay set up to have the best strokes.
Final 500 meters in the first semifinal. The second semifinal has just got underway. Following this, we'll head back to women's doubles. It'll be the women's senior double in their first of 2 semifinals.
Results in the race 320 and the top 2 moving forward. And first was Rowe, New Jersey.
Conshohocken in lane number 5 here on your screen. Pushing forward, trying to catch up to Peterborough, who sit just ahead of them in the final stretch here. No one in sight other than the top two, and it will be Peterborough to finish first, Conshohocken in second in lane number 5. OKCHP Center will finish well behind in third place. Litchfield Hills in Ottawa, 4 and 5, and Gordon Rowing to round out in the 6th spot. So Peterborough and Conshohocken, 1-2. 6:42.89 for Peterborough, beating out second place by 2.05 seconds. Good and very strong run for them. And so actually, because of the 2 semifinals, it'll be the top 3 to move on. Meaning OKCHP Center will also continue through to the finals in the 3rd place position. So that'll go for the same for the 2nd semifinal of the women's under 23. In lane number 2 for the 2nd semifinal will be Calgary. Lane number 3, Arion. Brock in lane number 4, Fairmount in lane number 5, Durham in 6, and St. Catharines in lane 7. Arion, Brock, and Fairmount in the mix in that top 3. St. Catharines also on the far side in contention for those qualifying spots. Brock currently sitting in a very good position in lane number 4. Very powerful with each stride, very composed and relaxed. Brock and Arion, the top 2 teams right now. St. Catharines behind them. Again, looking for the top 3 to qualify for the finals in this one. And then following this, it'll be the women's senior double. nearing in on the final 500 meters. Brock still in a strong pole position.
Now, of course, the grandstand is the first of 2 heats for the women's under 23 quad. Lane 2 is OKC HP Center. Lane 3, Litchfield Hills. Lane 4, Peterborough.
The top 3 will join the other already qualified teams in the finals tomorrow. Semi-final number 1 for the women's senior double has already begun. And for the final push, it'll be Brock in lane number 4 to take the number 1 spot. Beside them, Arion in lane number 3 will finish first and second. And for the third place and final spot into the final, we'll have to wait for the unofficial results. Looks as though Fairmount was the team to pull in that third spot. St. Catharines just losing out behind, as well as Durham and Calgary. So a big difference between the top 2 finishing teams and the third place position. But nonetheless, all 3 will move on to tomorrow in the finals. And now we'll switch back to doubles. It'll be the women's senior double. Starting in lane number 2 on the far right of your screen is Durham San Diego Rowing Club in lane number 3. Green Racing in lane number 4. Arion in lane number 5. Hanlon in lane number 6. And the Seattle Scullers rounding out in lane number 7.
Results for race 320, top 2 moving forward. Sorry, top 3 moving forward. No, yes, top 3. First was OKC Riversport. Second, PN.
So top 3 moving forward to the finals. The first of 2 semifinals for the women's senior double. It's the first time we've seen the senior division out today. More to come later this afternoon.
First, Peterborough. Second, Conshohocken. Third, OKC HP Center. Fourth, Ottawa. Fifth, Litchfield Hills. And sixth, Gordon Rowing.
Lane number 5, Arion, the ones in the lead as it stands. Catherine Flynn and Karina Fietner. Moving very smoothly into the first place position. Behind them, Green Racing and Hanlon on either sides.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking down at the grandstand to the left-hand side,
Second semifinal
that's the
set to take off in the next 2 minutes.
It's called the finish line. You come down for a cold drink, beer, and wine. So you can come down to that area, you can get yourself a nice cold drink, you can sit down in that area and enjoy it. Also, let's not forget, 18th to the 25th. It's a once in a lifetime here in St. Catharines. The under 19 and under 23.
Arion still holding on to that lead.
We're going to have 80 countries here.
Past the halfway point here in semifinal number 1 for the women's senior double.
A lot of activities. We're going to have a festival across the way. Tickets.
All these teams
start at $15.
challenging for the Coopers and Libran trophy.
Get your tickets at STC Road. 2024.com. That's STC Road. 2024.com. Get online, order your tickets right away because they are selling fast.
San Diego starting to make a move. Just to the right of the leaders. Semifinal number 2 has got underway.
Results in race 330. First Brock, second Area, third Fairmont, fourth Durham, fifth St. Catharines, and sixth Calgary.
Arion still holding on to that lead.
Now approaching the
Catherine and Karina keeping their pace.
of the women's senior double. Second lane will find Durham, third lane
In pole position, looking to hold on to it.
Green Racing Project,
Entering the final 500 meters.
and then 7 Seattle Scholars.
Still gliding towards the finish line. Nowhere in sight is the second place team, and Catherine Flynn and Karina Feitner will take home first place in the semifinal. San Diego to finish second. And Green Racing look to have finished in that third place. So again, the group in the middle lanes finishing in those top 3 positions. So Arion finishing first, San Diego behind them, Green Racing in third. A pretty large gap between first and second place. Well, it was a very strong race from the eventual winners of the first semifinal. So far, couldn't have asked for much more. It's been a very exciting day and week here at the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. And Yana, you've played and competed in a lot of rowing over your lifetime. What was probably the main thing, or really the spark that got you into rowing and why you enjoyed so much?
Well, my older brother rowed all throughout high school, so I was going to regattas very young. My father is very involved with rowing and everything. So I started in grade 6 doing like summer camps and stuff like that. I've done a few camps here at St. Catharines, some with South Niagara, And then when I got to high school, I started rowing competitively in grade 9 instead of doing learn to row because I already knew how to row. And yeah, COVID did mess up a lot of things. COVID was not fun because we were all online, and I kind of fell out of rowing with that. But yeah, just having like my older brother row and then always being at his regattas, watching him, and my younger 2 siblings row. They both raced in the Henley. My younger brother raced this morning. Yeah, I don't know. I think I will always love rowing. I do want to get back into it at some point, but I just don't know how to start again. But yeah.
Well, you could always start by teaching me, because personally I've never rowed, and I mean, watching all today, it's been really getting me into maybe wanting to try it one day.
I'd say just start off with a camp, a little summer camp. I feel like it's not super hard to learn the sport. It is a lot of work and effort and time. It is a lot of time goes into rowing. These athletes are rowing almost every day, multiple times, in the morning before school, after school, doing weight training. There's so much effort that goes into being an amazing athlete. Like all of these people racing in this regatta.
So the second semifinal for the women's senior double is underway. Shortly to begin will be the men's under 23 pair, which has just begun. But for now, looking at the women's senior double semifinal, and lane number 2 is Montreal, lane number 3, Leander. Beside them, Green Racing in lane number 4, Montreal again in lane number 5, St. Catharines in lane number 6, and Leander in lane number 7. And again, a very front-heavy race. As in lane 4, Green Racing has led pretty much this entire race. And they will finish in first place. We'll wait to see the second and third. Lane number 2 making their move in will be Montreal, and it'll be a battle for third place between lane number 6 and 7. And it'll be very, very tight call. St. Catharines and Leander on the far side. We'll have to wait the unofficial times, but guaranteed going through. Montreal lane number 2 and Green Racing finishing first in lane number 4. So you can see the top 2 as it stands. And Leander from lane number 3, currently sitting in that third place. We'll wait for the rest of the results to see the final top 3 to head to the finals tomorrow for the women's senior double. But nonetheless, finishing first, Green Racing, Paige Whaler and Ellie Van Houten with an excellent time of 6:54.15 out of lane number 4. So as it stands, it'll be Green Racing, Montreal, and Leander in lane number 3 to move forward. And now taking a look to another event, number 50 on the week, men's under 23 pair. the first of 3 semifinals. Lane number 2 sits Seattle Scullers, Hanlon in lane number 3, Green Racing in lane number 4, Calgary lane number 5, Greenwich Crew in lane number 6, and Cascadilla in lane number 7. Cascadilla in lane number 7 on the far left of your screen in a strong position. Green Racing also up near the front. In lane number 4, you see them going toe for toe with Cascadilla. Green Racing, Gavin Crouch and Jesse Rhino in the boat for them in lane number 4. A very, very strong start as they inch past the halfway point here in the first semifinal for the men's under 23 pair. Semifinal number 2 will take place in a little under a minute, 2:30 the start time. And semifinal number 1 in Green Racing, currently in the lead, are coming up on the 500-meter mark. Green Racing, Cascadilla, the two teams near the front of the pack. The final stretch, the final push for all these rowers to try and get into the top 2 to make it to the final tomorrow. Cascadilla, Green Racing, battling for first. The final push from lane 4, and Green Racing's gonna take the win. Cascadilla in second. And Hanlon to finish third. So a strong start and a strong finish from Gavin Crouch and his teammate Jesse Rhino, and Green Racing comes out victorious over Cascadilla. Jeffrey Miller and Walid Gamara put in an excellent effort, only 1.49 seconds behind the first place Green Racing. Hanlon to finish third. So the top 2, Cascadilla and Green Racing, will move on to the finals. Semifinal number 2 is well underway. Lane number 2 in this semifinal, Hawk Rowing Club. Lane number 3, Greenwich Crew. Lane number 4, Western Ontario. Lane number 5, Mendota. Lane number 6 as also Mendota. And Cascadilla again in lane number 7. Still one more semifinal for this men's under 23 pair to follow. And then we'll see our first final of the day. It'll be the women's senior pair Coxed Memorial Trophy. The final 5 to see who will take home the trophy today. Western, Mendota, Greenwich crew in the mix through the first quarter of this race. Nearing past the halfway point. Greenwich and Hawk Rowing have fallen behind the front of the pack here. Western and Mendota. Cascadilla also in the mix. Mendota in lane number 5 and lane number 6. Both in a position to qualify for the semifinals. Pardon me, for the final tomorrow in this second semifinal. Mendota in lane number 5, led by Lucas Farmer and John O'Brien. Western Ontario inching their way into first place in that 4th lane. William Borrett and Kai Ellerick. Mendota falling behind, and Western Ontario taking a more substantial lead here. Semifinal number 3, the final of the semis for the men's under 23 pair is underway. Western still leading in semifinal number 2. Mendota in lane 5 and lane 6. The 2 behind them. Greenwich also in a position to strike. Hawk Rowing Club in lane number 2. Trying to find their way in front of the leaders. Mendota, Cascadilla Western, and Hawk Rowing Club. The three in contention for those top two positions. The four, I should say, sorry, Mendota in lane number 5, still in the lead. Western breathing down their necks. Mendota in lane number 6. Overtaking Western. And it's gonna be Mendota and Western to finish 1-2. Mendota from lane number 6 passed by their partners in lane number 5 and were able to get by Western as well. And will finish first in semifinal number 2. Cementing their place into the final. So the unofficial times, Mendota 6:50.27, beating Western Ontario by 0.34 tenths of a second. Two very good runs from two very good pairs, and certainly two to look out for in the finals as they book their ticket to tomorrow. Still one semifinal to go. We'll take a look at that now. In lane number 2, Vesper on the far right of your screen. Beside them in lane number 3, OKC Riversport. California in lane number 4. San Diego in lane number 5. Cascadilla in lane number 6. And Calgary in lane number 7. Already a clear leader in this race. California and San Diego, the two out front of the pack. The final two spots in the final will go to the top two of this semifinal. Following this semifinal race, we'll catch up with the Cookson Memorial Trophy final for the women's senior pair, which will already have started by the time we join that final. But we'll see the first trophy given out today. 5 pairs in contention, looking to become champions. For now, we'll see who can book their spot for the men's under 23 pair final. Top two will move on. California and San Diego sit in 1 and 2 position, heading into the final 500 meters of the third and final semifinal. The women's senior pair championship has got underway. We'll look into that after the conclusion of this semifinal. California in lane number 4 in the lead. Evan Gold in the back of that boat. Tobias Finn in the front. The two looking to hold on to a first place in the third semifinal. And with no one even remotely close to them, they'll cross the finish line. First place of the third and final semi to send them into the finale tomorrow. Second place, San Diego. And third will go to OKC Riversport. But just the top two moving on, so it will be California and San Diego to move forward to tomorrow.
That concludes the men's under 23 pair semifinals. The first two will be going on to the finals.
So the unofficial times, California on top, 6:44.5, beating out San Diego by 13.6 seconds. We will finish in the second qualifying spot for the men's under 23 pair. They will be back again tomorrow for the final. But let's head to another final which is underway. It's the women's senior pair for the Cookson Memorial Trophy. Five competitors starting in lane number 3, Kingston. Beside them in lane number 4, OKCHP Center. Lane number 5, Spain. Beside them is British Columbia in lane number 6, and Calgary in lane number 7. The winner goes home with the Cookson Memorial Trophy.
Way to go, guys.
Kingston in lane number 3, pulling away as it stands. Spain hot on their heels in lane number 5. Striding forward and holding this lead now. Kingston well far behind the pack. British Columbia still in the mix. The final for the women's senior pair in the Coxed Memorial Trophy. Comes down to this, nearing in on the last final 500 meters. British Columbia trying to gain some ground here. Calgary falling behind them. Spain through the middle, still looking to have a bit of a lead here. It's going to come down to the final push. Who has enough to get across the line? OKCHP Center has found their way in front. And are looking the front runners to win in lane number 4 as they cross the finish line in first place. Second will go to British Columbia, and the winners OKCHP Center don't even look phased from the race they just run. An excellent display from them in lane number 4. And will win the women's senior pair Coxed Memorial Trophy. The final unofficial time, so OKC in first, British Columbia behind them. It was Spain who actually ended up finishing near the bottom. Calgary and Kingston, 3rd and 4th respectively. So Ruthie Lacey and Brooke Brzezinski will win the women's senior pair. And our first trophy of the day, and we wouldn't have been here without the amazing sponsors that we've had all week to provide things like that and create this event and make it the best it can be. So thank you to all the sponsors you see up on your screen for helping make the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta happen year in and year out. And on behalf of all the Niagara College broadcasting students bringing you the stream from wherever you may be watching, we would all like to say thanks for tuning in and for all the sponsors to allow us to be here. But for now, we'll send it back to the water. It'll be the men's under 23 single. We're set to make way for their final, the second final of today. So here they go. Lane number 2, Ridgewood Crew. Sam Bogart. Beside him, Green Racing in lane number 3, Nate Harris. Keith and Woodhouse in lane number 4 from Brock. Thomas Xavier Manziello Maiden from FedEmix. in lane number 5. Noah Phillips from Berkshire Sculling in lane number 6. And Francisco Dembinski from Evergreen in lane number 7.
He's also the chair of the World 2024 Championship Team Calgary and St. Catharines.
While this is going on, you can see in the bottom right corner of your screen the 2 women from OKCHP Center picking up the Cookson Memorial Trophy. Ruthie Lacey, Brooke Ruskiewicz. An excellent performance from them in the final. So congratulations to them in their victory today. Lacey and Ruskiewicz in OKCHP Center. Continuing with the finals, still going on, the men's under 23 single. A very compact race so far. No team really taking a substantial lead, but if anyone would be in a strong position, would be Francisco Dembinski, Evergreen, in lane number 7. Nate Harris, Keithan Woodhouse, lane 3 and 4, also battling for that front position. Noah Phillips in lane number 6. A lot of rowers in the mix here looking for the men's under 23 single championship. Past the halfway point now. Nearing in those red buoys for the last 500 meters. for the men's under 23 single. Following this, we'll see the men's under 19 double. In their final as well. Many more finals to go this afternoon. Final push as we enter the last 500 meters. Thomas Maiden in lane number 5, trying to hold on to this lead. Being pushed hard by Keithan Woodhouse from Brock. Also there, Nate Harris. It's going to be a close finish near the end. And wow, 4 and 5, almost identical. Woodhouse and Maiden. Almost a photo finish. We'll have to get the scores in to see who crossed the finish line first, but I don't think it could have been any closer. The score, the unofficial time has Brock's Keithan Woodhouse in lane number 4 in first place with a time of 6:54.37. 0.08 tenths of a second ahead of number 2. And what a way for a final to end. Couldn't have been much closer than that.
It's really great to see. Keithan is a local rower. He coaches a lot of Learn to Rows down at Notre Dame. And I used to row with him. So that's really awesome to see him pull through.
So the local Brock native, Keithan Woodhouse, will win the men's under 23 single.
Like I said, you can never count a boat out, especially in that last 250. Some people might just have a little bit more in the tank, and he really gave it his all.
Woodhouse was not in the lead for much of that race, but just had enough near the end to take it. That's all he really needed. As we move over now to the men's under 19 double. Lane number 2 will be Saratoga beside them. In lane number 3, Erie Canal, Cambridge in lane number 4. Lane number 7, Thunder Crew. And between them, in lane 5 and lane 6, Potomac.
Who won that? We don't know yet. You don't know yet? Saratoga. It was the same thing. Erie Canal.
So you might be able to hear through the stream, still trying to figure out who won that last race. It was the unofficial time that we got.
I think you
That Keithan Wood was the
I
winner.
think he was up, and then you came in on the stroke, and I think but we don't know yet. It's still too early. Don't go away. 5 and 4, don't go away.
We have this men's under 19 double underway. We just pushed off the starting gates. Big thank you to all those boat holders laying on those planks, holding these boats all day in the rain, in the cold, in the heat, all the above.
Certainly another
wasn't the stroke.
role we couldn't have this regatta without, and
Wow, good race.
just another person to say thank you to and all the hard work they put in. So Potomac in that 5 and 6 position, a good start for them off the hold. Cambridge in that 4th lane. Curious to get those final results from that last men's singles race.
There you go. Awesome race.
There's the men's under 23. We're now watching the men's under 19 double.
Take a quick shower, you don't know what's in that water.
So the official times have come out, and it was Keith and Woodhouse to come out victorious with Brock Rowing Club. And by the tightest of margins, the final time was, and we'll see if this men's under 19 double can replicate what we had in that last race and how tight it was near the end. So far near the front, Saratoga, Erie Canal in lane 2 and lane 3.
We got one, Marie George.
Looks like lane 7 Thunder Crew also might be pulling ahead a little bit.
Nearing in on the final 500 of that race. We'll see in the bottom right of your corner the trophy given out to Keith and Woodhouse for winning the men's under 23 single. Like you said, a local project, and the amount he gives back to the community is excellent and very deserving of the win today, and it certainly wasn't easy. He had to push through near the end, and he did so. So great performance from him, and a shout out for his win today.
Men's under 7, men's 19 double. Second lane, Saratoga.
Back to
Third lane, Erie Canal AC.
the race at hand. The men's under 19 double still underway here. Nearing in that final 500 meters. Potomac, Erie Canal, Saratoga, Thunder Crew all in contention for a win here. Following this race will be the men's senior single championship. Buoys are in sight. Final push for these pairs. Looking to come home with some silverware. From the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta here in St. Catharines. Potomac in lane 5 and 6, going stride for stride on the left side of your screen. Cambridge also in the mix. Fans urging them on. Potomac in lane number 5. Do they have enough to beat out Thunder Crew in lane number 7? It's going to be very, very tight near the final stride, and it looks like Potomac might have just squeaked out the win in lane number 5. Tara Khalifa and Tony Madigan from lane number 5. Potomac had just enough to take down Jack Harris and David Orban and Thunder Crew in lane number 7. And we are being treated so far with these finals. Another very, very tight finish. We'll have to wait for the unofficial times. And indeed, it was Potomac, 6:35.09, 0.4 seconds ahead of Thunder Crew in second place as they win the men's under 19 double. So more silverware to be given out. It's going to go to the pair from Potomac, and Tony Madigan and Tara Khalifa. Now waiting to begin the men's senior single Claude Saunders Trophy. Lane number 2 will be Riverside, being represented by John Manahan. Lane number 3, Perena, represented by Luciano Morena. Nicholas Linka, representing White Marsh Boat. In lane number 4, Rojos. In lane number 5, Rodrigo Silva representing them. Justin Schmidt, also with White Marsh Boat in lane number 6. And Amal Yunus representing Riverside in lane number 7. Moments away from the start of this 4th championship today for the men's senior single.
White Marsh, lane 4. Roadhouse, White Marsh, lane 6. Riverside,
Justin Schmidt on your screen, getting the push off, and we'll begin this race. 2,000 meters to go for these men's senior single to take home the Claude Saunders Trophy.
We're about to be on the medal dot. Let's go! I don't care what the medal is. Go underneath the board.
We'll also get to see the trophy presentation for the men's under 19 double winners in just a moment, as we continue with the men's senior single. So the trophy presentation for the men's under 19 double from lane 6, Potomac. Or pardon me, it was lane 5, Tony Madigan and Tariq Khalifa collect their trophy as we continue to watch on the top left of your screen the men's senior single for the Claude Saunders Trophy. If you're just joining us now and had been here before, this whole week of broadcasting has been brought to you by Niagara College and all the great students that make this viewing a pleasure for all of you back home or wherever you may be watching. And for myself, I'm Noah Vogel, hopefully keeping you entertained with the commentary. My partner, Yana, has had to leave, unfortunately, so just be me for the rest of today. Still plenty of races to come and plenty of finals to be won, including this one happening right now for the men's senior single. In lane number 2, currently in the lead, John Mannion. Nicholas Linka also in contention in lane number 4, and just ahead of them is Justin Smith in lane number 6. Six, 4, 2, the leaders right now. Schmidt, Linka, and Mannion, all pushing their way to the final 500 meters here for the men's senior single. the trophy awaiting one of these exceptional athletes, and it all comes down to who can finish this race in first place. The final push, heading towards the finish line. Schmidt in lane number 6, trying to pull away here. Qualifying in the first 2 from the heats, Justin Schmidt from White Marsh Boat in lane number 6 is in the lead to take the victory here, and it's looking like he will win the Claude Saunders Trophy here at the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta as he crosses the finish line with nobody in sight. Justin Schmidt will win the men's senior single championship. What a performance from Justin Schmidt. The unofficial times, 6:49.52 to take home the win, beating the next boat by almost 9 whole seconds in the men's senior single race. But now we'll move our attention over to the women's under 23 eights. In lane number 2, Greenwich Crew. Beside them in lane number 3, Riverside. Calgary in lane number 4. Washtenaw Rowing in lane number 5. CRI in lane number 6. And Westside Rowing in lane number 7. Two minutes the call before the liftoff for this race. The Jeffrey Bear and Taylor Memorial Trophy. 2 heats from yesterday to decide the top 6 boats for this championship. The women awaiting their liftoff, only moments away.
Thank you. CRI, lane 6, and your waist, please. Thank you.
Waiting for the final confirmations to begin the women's under 23 eights.
Riverside, Calgary, Washtenaw, CRI, Westside. Attention.
So here we go. A good liftoff for each of these boats. And the last race being the only one where it didn't come down to the wire. We'll see if that continues the trend in this one. The winner of the men's seniors single, Justin Schmidt, being awarded with his trophy in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. And a dominating performance he had in that race, winning by almost 9 whole seconds. An excellent time of 6:54, and well deserving of the Claude Saunders Trophy this afternoon. So the trophy presentation complete. Some final photos to be taken, and continuing on with the women's under 23 8. As the 6 boats look to compete for the Jeffrey Barron Taylor Memorial Trophy. Bearing in on the halfway mark of this race. Three teams neck and neck near the middle. CRI, Washtenaw Rowing, Calgary in there. Riverside also in the mix.
Now water, the women's under 23-8. Lane 2, Greenwich Crew. Lane 3, Riverside. Lane 4, Calgary. Lane 5, Washtenaw.
CRI in lane 6 taking a bit of a stronger hold on the pole here. Starting to gain ground on Westside Rowing in lane number 7. CRI coxied by Violet Collier. Urging her team to keep on going. Bianca Hare, Selena Liu anchoring that boat for CRI. Would have to take a monumental push from Riverside or Calgary to catch up to CRI in first here. CRI holding on to this lead just for now. Closing in on the final 500 meters, the red buoys are out. Calgary gaining some ground. Washtenaw Rowing also in there. Westside Rowing has fallen behind the lead. Fans cheering their team on from the bleachers. CRI trying to hold this lead and push through. The crowd rowing here for this final 500 meters. who will take home the Jeffrey Barron Taylor Memorial Trophy here for the women's under 23 8. CRI currently in the lead. Can they hold on? Chants coming from the crowd, willing them across the finish line. Inching closer. CRI in first. Calgary behind them, and they will not catch them. It'll be CRI to finish in first. As they led for most of the race, they never gave it up. Violet Collier got her team over the line, but if it wasn't for the incredible performance from the 8 women on that boat, it wouldn't have been a championship for CRI in lane number 6. Bianca Hare in seat number 1, Noelle Lee in seat number 2, Louisa Darnell in seat number 3, Hope Moriarty in seat number 4, Jenna Schwartz in seat number 5, Caroline Kolka in seat number 6, Noah Munn and Selena Liu to finish out the boat for CRI with an excellent 6.27.18 time in the women's under 23 8 final, beating out Washington rowing by 5.36 seconds, winning the Jeffrey Barron Taylor Memorial Trophy here at the Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. Another prize given out, and CRI are the winners. Next up on the slate is the women's senior pair getting ready for their push-off, slated in the next 2 minutes. In lane number 2 will be Cascadilla Calgary in lane number 3. North Star lane number 4, Kingston in lane number 5, Guelph lane number 6, and the Seattle Scullers in lane number 7. Sitting in lane 6 for Guelph, Baiva Hergel, Paige Burns. Looking to come home with some silverware this weekend. All of these competitors having to finish in the top 3 from their 2 heats earlier this week.
Cascadilla, Calgary, North Star, Kingston, Guelph, Seattle Scullers. Attention.
And they're off. So the start for the women's senior pair, the Henley Island Helpers Prestige Award. And each boat quickly off to the jump, looking to get an early lead in this race. Guelph in lane number 6. Kingston North Star in the middle of this pack. cheers from the crowd as the grandstand awaits CRI, the winners of the women's under 23 Eights trophy. Compact so far through this race for the women's senior pair, pardon me. Cascadilla on the far left of your screen, Calgary North Star, Kingston Guelph, Seattle Scullers on the far right.
The winner of the women's under 23 Eight, CRI, Violet Collier,
Seattle and Kingston, as well as North Star, inching their way a little bit ahead, lengthening themselves from the rest of the pack.
Louisa Darnell, and Bianca Hager.
So the official award presentation for the Jeffrey Barron Taylor Memorial Trophy for the women's under 23 Eights will go to CRI. And all the women there in their incredible performance to win this afternoon, as they will get presented with their medals and trophy. Back over in the top left of your screen, Kingston now taking a more substantial lead in this race for the women's senior pair. Jackie Groenewegen and Claire Allison for Kingston in that fifth lane. North Star also in contention with them. Martine Nijhoff and Lucy McLeod. Guelph falling a little bit out of pace. Calgary still a chance to strike in lane number 3. Anna Anderson and Claire O'Brien, you're gonna need to make a push here for this final 500 to try and take a lead away from Kingston.
Senior pair, lane 2. Lane 2. Lane 2, Cascadilla. Lane 3, Calgary. Lane 4, North Star. Lane 5, Kingston. Lane 6, Guelph. Lane 7, Seattle Scullers.
So the championship presentation for the women's 8 under 23 has ended. We'll head back to the race that's currently at hand for the women's senior pair. Coming up on the final 500 meters, we've seen a couple late pushes in these finals. Will we see another one here once again? Kingston has held the lead for most of this race. Sitting in lane number 5. Groenewegen and Eliasson. Pardon me, Eliasson sitting in that bow position for Kingston. North Star trying to claw their way back. Calgary also looking to make a final push here. Final 250 meters. Kingston still in the lead. Can they hold on here for the last final stretch? And it looks like it will be. Out of lane number 5, Kingston will win the women's senior pair Henley Island Helpers Prestige Award. As Jackie Groenewegen and Claire Eliasson from Kingston have won the women's senior pair. Got off to an early lead, held on to it through the midsection, and had enough to hold on it in the final stretch. North Star made a push near the end, but still 3 plus 12 tenths of a second behind the first place winners. So Groenewegen and Eliasson going home with some silverware. To follow now will be the men's senior 4. The Maurice J. Carroll Challenge Trophy. Lane number 2 in this race. St. Catharines, Peterborough beside them in lane number 3. King's Crown in lane number 4. Mendota in lane number 5. Calgary in lane number 6. And Greenwich in lane number 7. Mendota on your screen now in lane number 5. John O'Brien, Lucas Farmer, Andrew Soman, Lillian Clipston. 2 of those names have already raced earlier this morning. We saw in the men's doubles, John O'Brien and Lucas Farmer. Calgary in lane number 6. Greenwich just past them in lane number 7.
Calgary. Brennan. Are you still there? Attention.
The lift has been made and all 6 boats are off. Mendota with a strong start through lane number 5. Beside them, King's Crown trying to stay head-to-head with them through the first 500 meters. So the Henley Island Helpers Prestige Award heading out east to Kingston. Claire Ellison, Jackie Groenewegen, the recipients of the Women's Senior Pair Championship.
On the water is the men's senior 4. Lane 2, St. Catharines. Lane 3, Peterborough. Lane 4, King's Crown. Lane 5, Regatta. Lane 6, Calgary. Lane 7, Greenwich Crew.
Continuing with the men's senior 4. Mendota out with the lead. Calgary to the right of them. The two neck and neck right now. King's Crown has fallen behind the pace here. Greenwich also left behind Calgary in lane number 7. Still in position, Mendota. St. Catharines trying to make a push in lane number 2. Haven't heard much from them this race, but have really caught up some ground in this second half of the 2,000 meters. Mendota trying to hold on to this slight advantage. Calgary right beside them. The final 500, the red buoys are out. Mendota still with a slight lead over Calgary. St. Catharines looking to creep up behind in lane number 2. Mendota continuing to strengthen their lead here and are going to come out with the win. Calgary just didn't have enough gas to get across the finish line. And Mendota in lane number 5 will finish first and win the men's senior 4. John O'Brien, Lucas Farmer Were unable to qualify earlier this morning in the doubles, but win today alongside Andrew Soman and William Clipston as Mendota wins the Maurice J. Carroll Challenge Trophy with a time of 5:58.42. An excellent run in the men's senior 4. Beginning in a few minutes, the women's under-19 double, the Thorne Family Trophy. It'll be Calgary in lane number 2, Niagara Falls beside them in lane number 3, Cambridge in lane number 4, OKCHP Center in lane 5, Erie Canal in lane number 6, and lane number 7 will be Thunder Crew. Final confirmations before the start of the women's under-19 double final. Thunder Crew in lane 7, Maurice Fletcher and Lucy Finlayson. Holders are in place. The checks are almost over.
Calgary, Niagara Falls, Cambridge, OKCHP Center, Erie Canal, Thunder Crew, attention.
And there they go. So the start of the women's under-19 double. The winner winning the Thorne Family Trophy. All of these boats have gone through two rounds of qualifying, pardon me. The heats qualifying for the semifinals and the top 2 from each semifinal qualifying for this final here at the Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. And all of these teams looking to bring home something to show off. Strong start for each boat heading in through the first 500.
I should take my shoes off, but I'm really going for the challenge. Anyways, thank you for all you guys do. It really means a lot.
OKC HP Center, Erie Canal. Currently neck and neck. Not a lot of room between any of these boats. A very controlled first 1,000 meters. Calgary in lane number 2. Currently making their stride forward. Erie Canal in a good position. Thunder Crew not too far behind them. But it's them, OKC Center, and Cambridge near the front of the pack here. Erie Canal losing a bit on OKC HP Center, who are starting to break away just slightly. A very narrow lead in lane number 5 for them.
Yeah, you really got to justify it.
Erie Canal and OKC Center at 5 and 6. Currently the top 2 leaders in this race of the women's under 19 double. OKC building their lead, heading into the final 500 here. The red buoy's intact, the final push here now for each of these teams. OKC, HP Center, narrowly edging out in first on Erie Canal. The crowd continues to get louder as they enter the final 500 meters. OKC still in the lead in lane 5. Cambridge trying to make a break through the middle as well. Erie Canal getting overrun by OKC. The final push here to the finish line for the women's under-19 double. Here comes OKC. Erie Canal needs to push if they want to win now. But OKC looks like they'll have enough to take it home. And they will. OKC HP Center wins the women's under-19 double. Haley McMahon and Ellie Nash for OKC win the Thorne Family Trophy here at the Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. An excellent race, held the lead and never looked back. The unofficial scores and times from that race: 7:16 for the winners, OKC. Up next is the men's under 23 4. As we head into the final stretch of today's championships, the Patty Klein Trophy will go to one of these teams. St. Catharines sitting in lane number 2. Beside them, also St. Catharines in lane number 3. Westside Rowing, lane number 4. Riverside in lane number 5. Row Buffalo, lane number 6. And Western Ontario in lane number 7. And they're off. So it looks as though lane number 5, Riverside, did not take off in this race. So it'll be St. Catharines, Westside Rowing, Row Buffalo, and Western Ontario.
Brian is also a member of the 2024 World Regatta Board.
Each boat off to a good start so far in the men's under 23 4. Both St. Catharines boats looking to take something home.
I noticed you out there.
from their hometown regatta here at the Royal Canadian Henley Regatta in St. Catharines. And to our past winners for the women's under 19 double, the winners of the Thorne Family Trophy, OKCHP Center, and Haley McMahon and Ellie Nash, the recipients this afternoon. An excellent race they had, led throughout, and were able to hold on to their lead and capture some silverware this weekend. In the men's under 23-4, Western and Row Buffalo in lane 6 and 7, ahead as of right now.
Oh, nice, nice.
Still pushing ahead in the lead, Row Buffalo. St. Catharines in lane 3. Trying to stay with them in the lead. Strong catches here from the St. Catharines boat. Trying to catch up some ground here. At a good pace to have something left in the gas for the final 500 as they come closer. St. Catharines, Row Buffalo, and Western, the top 3 right now. Looking for the men's under 23 for Patty Klein Trophy. Row Buffalo still in the lead here, entering the final 500 meters. Lane number 6. St. Catharines hot on their tail, trying to make something in this final push. And Row Buffalo easily crosses the finish line in first. Held on and never looked back, and will take the men's under 23 for Patty Klein Trophy. And what was an exceptional race from them. Stride for stride, able to hold off any attacks from any of the other boats. The unofficial times, Row Buffalo with a 6:12.7. Beating out Western by close to 5 points. Seconds, pardon me, and still more action to come and more champions to be won. But it would not be possible without some of the sponsors we have this week heading into the long weekend in the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta and everyone involved. Thanks all these sponsors for what they've done to create this incredible event, and of course everyone from the broadcast crew here at Niagara College allowing us to bring you the live stream from wherever you may be watching. It's all down to the sponsorships that help create this event and make it what it is. So from everyone here at Niagara College, a final thank you to all the sponsors, because without them we would not be in the position we are. And especially here down at Waterside for the participants, because now we're moving over to the women's under 23. The pairs, the 125th anniversary trophy, set to be won by one of these pair of women. In lane number 2 will be held down by Guelph. Western Ontario beside them in lane number 3. Riverside lane number 4. Calgary in lane number 5. Leander in lane number 6. And beside them, Leander in lane number 7. Western Ontario sitting in lane number 3, Jasmine Wright and Maeve Atkinson. Riverside in lane number 4. And they're off for the women's under 23 LBW 120th anniversary trophy. Only one can win it out of the 6 pairs. Lots to play for here. A trophy that has been won, however, for the men's under 23 fours by Row Buffalo. In that 6th position, got off to a strong lead and held on throughout. Thomas Foxley, Colin Bailey, Henry Bedell, and Max Blackstein. The 4 to take home the Paddy Klein Trophy. Row Buffalo, not the one and only American club to come and win a trophy this weekend from across the border. One of the stronger teams and showed that today. Winning the men's under 23-4 competition. And all smiles for them down at water level. Still many more competitions to go, including this one here, 7 to be exact. Guelph in lane 2, Western in lane 3, Riverside lane 4, Calgary lane 5, Leander in lane 6 and 7. An early lead through the middle for Western, Riverside in the mix. Calgary led by Alexandra Hart, Haley Buchanan in lane number 5. Marching their way into a narrow lead. You see them on your screen now, not too far behind them. Leander in lane number 7. Heidi Akot and Ava Delugolecki. Still inching towards the halfway point. There it is, the 1,000 meters now crossed by the leaders in Calgary RC. To follow this will be the women's senior single. Calgary, Hart and Buchanan have thumped the competition and are extending their lead now. And show no signs of stopping. Riverside still in striking distance. Leander also a chance to make a move late. Calgary going to have to do a good job of fending off these attacks late as they enter the last 500 meters here. Layering up the near side, Guelph in lane number 2. Really gaining some ground on Western and Riverside. All 4 teams in striking distance. Leander as well on the far side. Could go any way here in the final stretch. Coming up on the last 250 here. Calgary still with a very narrow lead. Coming through lane number 5. Leander not giving up. Right next to them in lane 6. Riverside and Western and Guelph gonna have to make a move to overtake Calgary in this last stretch. Calgary quickening their strokes, trying to create the gap. Calgary has the lead on Leander. Can they hold off Western and Guelph? Each catch has to be to perfection. Calgary can see the finish line here. Guelph and Western off the pace. It's going to be Calgary and Alexandra Hart and Haley Buchanan to come away with the win. Just had more to give as Leander made a strong push near the end, but it wasn't enough. So the women's under 23 pair and the LBW 120th anniversary trophy will head to Calgary with Buchanan and Hart taking home the victory. Unofficial times: Calgary 7:34.11. Riverside finishing second at 7:37. Leander made a good push near the end, but it just wasn't enough as they finish in third at 7:39.87. Back to the singles now. It'll be the women's single for the senior. As each of these women trying to win the Sandra Kirby Perpetual Trophy. Lane number 2, representing New York AC, Jasmine Scones.
Yellow card, traffic violation.
Claire Friedlander from White Marsh Boat in lane number 3. Mary Wilson for Vesper in lane number 4. Carissa Riley for Calgary RC in lane number 5.
New York AC.
Julia Mills for North Star in lane number 6.
Vesper.
Riona McCormick
Calgary.
for Penn AC in lane number 7.
Attention. Attention.
And they're off. So again, in these type of races, a strong start is important, but don't expend too much energy to get a quick lead, because we've seen it can come back and be taken away very quickly near the end of the race. It all comes down to pushing yourself just enough to have enough to make that final push in the last 250 when the buoys turn red. We'll see how the strategies come out for these women here. So in a moment's time, we'll see the trophy presentation for the women's under 23 pair, which we just saw moments ago. Calgary RC take home the victory. Currently watching the women's seniors single. So Vesper and Calgary down the middle, the leaders of the pack right now. That's Mary Wilson and Carissa Riley. And now we'll take time to look at the winners of the LBW 120th Anniversary Trophy, and Alexandra Hart and Haley Buchanan from Calgary RC in lane number 5 with a strong 5-second lead and win for them in the women's under 23 pair.
On the water is the women's senior light single. Lane 2, New York AC. Lane 3, White Marsh Boat Club. Lane 4, Vesper. Lane 5, Calgary RC. Lane 6, North Star. Lane 7, NAC.
So now the women's senior single. You see under screen lane number 7, Rayona McCormick from Penn AC. Calgary's Riley Carissa Riley, pardon me, slowly pulling away from the rest of the pack through the halfway point. 1,000 meters gone, 1,000 to go. Riley pulling away. McCormick trying to keep that pace on lane number 7. No one else really in the mix. It's just Carissa Riley against herself. If she can keep up this pace and hold it for the rest, she will be crowned the Sandra Kirby Perpetual Trophy winner. However, we have seen as of late, pushes near the end can create some havoc. Coming up now on your screen, White Marsh Boat in lane number 3, Claire Friedlander. Trying to make her attack here late, entering the last 500 meters. A quarter ways to go. Carissa Riley still holding on to her lead, but Claire Friedlander isn't going to let that happen. The final 250 is where it's all going to come down to who can have enough gas to get to the finish line. Friedlander really taking up ground on the leader. Riley, Friedlander, coming up on that last final 250 meters. Calgary's Carissa Riley still with a narrow lead here. McCormick still trying to make an attack late. Inside the red buoys, the final 200 meters. It all comes down to this push here. Friedlander has fallen behind the pace. McCormick is still in the race against Riley. So powerful with each stride. Carissa Riley from Calgary is going to do it. She fended off the attacks, and it made her stronger as she comes across the finish line, 2 fists in the air, winning the women's senior singles Sandra Kirby Perpetual Trophy, and doing it in style. A dominating performance from the Calgary native. McCormick just didn't have enough for Penn AC in lane number 7. So Carissa Riley finishing on a 7:22.75 for Calgary RC. Comes away with the win here at the 140th Royal Canadian Henley Regatta. Looking forward to the next event. It'll be the men's under 17 pardon me, for the Michael J. Broderick Memorial Trophy. Top 6 from their 2 heats, 3 from each, qualified for this final. It'll be Hawk Rowing Club in lane number 2, Greenwich Crew in lane number 3, Mercer in lane number 4, Notre Dame lane number 5, Argonaut in lane number 6, and TBC Racing in lane number 7. So we're going from the singles to the 8s. Mercer and Notre Dame in the middle.